What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11:15 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and this is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. I was just reading this report about one of my favorite actors, Tom Sizemore. Apparently had an aneurysm yesterday about 2 a.m. So he's in the hospital right now, which is kind of shocking to me, but reading a little bit more on this article, he did have a history of drug abuse, but he also had a history that they're mentioning of smacking up some chicks. So I don't know how that's relevant to his aneurysm at all, but that's what they gave more information about than what was going on with his condition. So I'll send my well wishes out to Tom Sizemore. He's only 61, which is not that damn old, but you may remember him from Saving Private Ryan, Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. What is it? TV show Homicide, LA Homicide or something like that. He's been in a lot of stuff. He gets confused a lot of times between him, Tom Sizemore, and Michael Madsen, but they're both great actors. So shout out to him. I hope he gets better. No lasting effects. I see AB Media in here. What's up, AB? What's good? Shout out to Aquatech, the #1 wrench in the building. And shout out to the package man, No One. And my Cinephile brother, Malika Me Bane. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Y'all forgive me if my energy is a little down. I'm kind of tired and I have a fucking headache. I do have a splitting fucking headache right now. And I've had it since yesterday and it's not COVID related. So I am medicating with a little bit of San Peligro and Jack Daniels. A little Tennessee, Italy connection. And relaxing my nerves and whatnot. Got a couple of cash apps here I will get to right now. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. The banner running across the bottom of the screen is not for me, it's for you. So if you would like to support what I do here, then hit those links. Hit one of those links. Or the easy way, drop a like. Drop a like on the video, share the content. It's always helpful. If I can roll this channel bigger, it would be beneficial since there's a lot of geeks in the space and outside of this space doing thousands of views, and not a lot of them have a tenth of the knowledge. So either I need to start building an actual geekelite dynasty with people who know this material so we can all sit on the stream together and talk about it, or this channel is going to have to grow. But you know how that is. The people who know the most aren't usually the ones who actually make the most. It's not how it works. So let me get to this. Shout out to Unlike Me Bane being an early bird in the chat. And on the Cash App saying on your left, brother. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. The next one goes out to the Aquatech, #1 wrench in the building. Appreciate you, Aquatech. I will also give you a 3B salute. Appreciate it. The next one goes out to the No One. Appreciate you, No One. The package man in the building. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you. And because I love doing this, Shout out to the No One again. And he will say, Maestro, please. I will give you no one. The guts and butts. Appreciate it.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the
All right. Guys are all in here. So, excuse me. Still slaying them Girl Scout cookies. I haven't seen a Girl Scout yet, so thankfully. But in lieu of a Girl Scout, took a trip yesterday up to my cousin's house, and my cousin works. She's my first cousin, so she's my uncle's oldest child. I'm my mother's oldest child, right? And I like her, love her a lot. And I went up there to pick up my tools that I've been leaving in her garage for a while because I want to reconsolidate all of my shit, right? And we had a good conversation and got some work done in her house for her, which I don't mind doing. She paid me for it. I didn't ask for anything for it. I did it because she asked me. That's my cuz. You know, I don't see her a lot. I don't get to do a lot of stuff for her and my little cousins, her sons. And she's always been, you know, straight with me. And I love her for that. So I would have did it just for nothing, just because she asked me. That's just the type of person I am. But she didn't pay me for it. But one of the things that I appreciate most that she gave me is that when I was heading up there, she sent me a text about having any food allergies. And I told her I'm only allergic to not eating. But my cousin does her own business outside of her work that she does. I'm not going to share because it's not my business to fucking share. But outside of the work that she does, she has her own side business. And her side business is Moby Sweets, right? And she makes cakes, cookies, all kinds of shit. And so when I showed up, she gave me this big ass care package of cookies, and I was like, oh, no. Now, I just had one of them red velvet cookies, which was fucking delicious. And before that, I had a cookie that was partially chocolate dipped yesterday, but it's a fat ass fucking cookie. I told her I was gonna be eating these motherfuckers all week. I like her whole little setup. She got her little labels, her little vacuum seal bags and shit. I was like, damn, cuz, doing good. I like that. I like seeing it. And she's been doing that for a long time. She was the one who taught my ex-wife how to make the cakes that she makes, right? And by extension, taught my daughter how to make the cakes that she makes. It's a lot of really talented people in my family, and I realize that gets drowned out by family dysfunction and stuff a lot of times. That full potential of that family gets lost because you can't pull on all those resources together to have things for each other. But what I see is that younger generation of us all have that business entrepreneurial mindset. We all do. I found out from her yesterday that my cousin in LA has his own business making gumbo and roux. Like, he has his own food truck and stuff like that. Doing gumbo and has it all pre-selected and stuff like that. I'm like, damn, that's awesome. It's awesome. And it made me think of Grinch's stream the other day and something he said about it, that because he didn't have a support system, he never, even without having a support system, he never looked to the people to the right or left of him and was envious of what they had. He never measured himself next to that. He measured himself by what he wanted for himself. And I was like, goddamn right. Because who else are you really competing with? Competing with you. What you can do, what you want, and can you achieve it? That's what you're competing with. People standing to the right and left of you are just the ones who are either going to fuck you up or help you excel in your given goal. To bring it back to David Goggins, who are the people in your foxhole? Are they going to fight with you? Are they going to sit there and try to tell you to cower in the hole with them? Yeah, think about that shit. So, all that being said, it was an interesting, productive day. I got a lot done for my cuz. I felt good about that. I got my tools back to the job site so I can consolidate, sell off, get rid of, donate, whatever the rest of those tools to dwindle that shit down because I don't need all of that shit. And had a good day. I did have a good day. Had a good day. Well, I'll put it this way. Had a good day, good afternoon with my cuz, and I had a good evening. I really did. So if I'm feeling a little spent, it's earned. It's kind of earned. And it made me feel good. It was a better experience that I had in one day than I've had over the last week or two. Put it that way. So it was good. It was beneficial for me. What up, Ray? I see a couple of late birds rolling up in here. What up, Joe Herb? I was missing you yesterday, Joe Herb, because a friend of mine, Nina G, y'all know her. She's been here a few times. She asked me about the stuff with the shop. And that was the second question that day I gotten about the shop because my cousin asked me about it too. And I was really, because I've known her a while, we have a different, if you want to put it that way, a different spiritual relationship. We could actually be that kind of open with each other. I told her it was disappointing and I was hurt about having to close that damn shop. I was, but I was also upset that more of the community that I was trying to help did not come out to support it. And I'm not talking about y'all here on YouTube. Y'all just totally blew me away for that. I still got a whole box of shirts over here for that reason. But the people who have been patronizing that place for so many decades, those were the ones that kind of disappointed me. Some of them, not all of them, but a lot of them did. A lot of them did. The ones that supported, you heard me giving them big ups out on here, but the rest of them, that shit really just hurt my soul in a sense. And I had to tell a friend last night, I tell her, I was like, yeah, I ain't touched comics in a while because she has a bunch of stuff she wants to sell, and so I don't want it. I don't want it. I'm not touching it. It's hurtful. So when I talked about the people the community that I was trying to support, I think about people like Herb, seeing Herb every Saturday or during the week and getting to have that conversation with him. So good to see you in here, brother. Appreciate seeing you through here. He said sorry for being late. Apologizing for my nigga. Apologizing for shit. Herb, I can find you. You need to throw your size in the chat so I can make sure you get one of these collector's item shirt, one of a kind collector's item t-shirts. Ray Hama said, brother artisan. Hey, by the way, the movie was fucking awesome. Don't know what the hell Edward's talking about where he said they changed the ending. I said they changed the ending in my reaction. And I also said on Dr. Tiason's thing what ending I think they changed it to or changed it from. So Edward has his own ideas, but I know a hurricane floating around here somewhere. So he always welcome over here. So if you want to come through, we could chop it up and talk about it. I can't. Do I have his email? I could email him and have him come up and bullshit with me about it. But one of y'all clever YouTube folks, y'all see Edward, tell him to come on through. We can talk about it because I do want to do a talk about Quantumanium so we can actually air out some of this shit that everybody pissy about. Because I've been seeing a lot of critical reactions on it about how bad it is and whatnot. It doesn't even make sense to me. The only way it makes sense to me, and I'll tell you guys this now, is that it's getting the same kind of reaction Black Adam did. It is. That it's just horrible and everything else. And it's like, y'all never gave a fuck about Ant-Man to begin with. Every Ant-Man movie sucked to you. Oh, the direction was this and whatever. It's the same fucking director as the last movie. What are you talking about? But what it is you have a masculine black man heading this movie, fronting this movie. Because make no mistake about it, nobody is really showing up to see fucking the Wasp and Stinger show up in a movie. If you take Kang out of this, what are you going to the movie to see? Bunch of white folks on the screen? I like Paul Rudd too, but I was an Ant-Man fan because it happened in the Bay Area. And I like the character of Scott Lang, which most people didn't know fuck all about. So I'm showing up for that family aspect that's been there in every fucking movie that they've done anyway. Oh, and I just said fuck, so I just ruined the whole advertising monetization thing. Oh my God. But so this movie is the one that's actually big, more money put in, and people are going through like they nitpicking this motherfucker over, oh, CG look fake. Like, shut the fuck up. It was too much CG. Okay, point out the place on Earth that looks like the goddamn quantum realm, and I'll take that on. I really will. But beyond that, all I hear is almost baseless complaints, just trying to find a reason to shit on the movie. That's it. That's all it is. And I think it's only because that the movie's draw is the black dude. It's not Ant-Man. It's not. Now, if you saw Dr. Tiasan's stream on Friday, I was on there with Dr. Tiasan and Layman's Journal. We're having a little, back and forth about the movie and stuff like, and points and stuff like that we saw in the movie. And one of the things I said about it is that I just didn't think they were building Kang up as a credible enough threat because he's getting taken out pretty easily by regular ass people. He Who Remains got stabbed through his fucking chest by Sylvie. Kang just got kicked into a fucking quantum engine and sucked away by the Wasp, shooting him with some blasts. So a bitch with a gun was able to beat a black dude that was kicking the shit out of another grown man. I want to believe that he's a credible threat. I really do. But you're not showing me that he's a credible threat. You're showing me he can be taken out pretty easily by white women. Interesting, right? Who else is going to make those connections? He should be, and I said this in the beginning. Joe Herb said his size is large. Okay, I got you, Herb. One second. Got you, Herb. Large it is. So, for me, I wanted to see a little bit more threat assessment out of Kang, because before that, I said that Kang, all he had was his technology. And he wasn't really a threat outside of that. He's just a regular man. He is. He's just a regular man with some really advanced technology that he relies on to do all the shit that he does. But in this movie, I didn't really see him doing shit related to time at all. I saw him shooting some energy blasts and disintegrating people and all the rest of that shit. But you can say that was some time energy that he was using, but how do I know that? As far as I know, it's just all technology. He was out there looking a lot like Darth Sidious. Not much different. Now, while I liked Jonathan Majors' performance, it was the standout performance of the whole thing. The little rumblings I keep hearing about, oh, Michelle Pfeiffer was awesome. I'm like, no, the fuck she wasn't. No, the fuck she wasn't. That was garbage. That was a lame ass fucking attempt at what was considered acting to me. I mean, the person I was with didn't even like it. And that was a fucking female. She didn't even like it. She said her performance was lame. That's another fucking female. She wasn't feeling it. So I don't know what all these other, dudes is gushing over. I think it's because they just want to play her up a little bit because they don't want Jonathan Majors to get all that shine. And that's why I think they're shitting on the movie the same way they shit on the Black Adam movie. Critics hated that movie. Fans enjoyed it. Y'all here in the chat who saw it, did you dislike the movie? Because everything, the critiques that I hear is always about some technical shit. So what? It's always some little technical shit. Oh, MODOK looked fucked up. Shut the fuck up. MODOK is always fucked up. MODOK is a character I have very little or no interest in seeing on screen or anything else. But they put his ass in there all the time. It's like seeing, I don't know, finding Where's Waldo. It's like, oh shit, look, there's MODOK. Do I give a fuck and a half that he was Darren Cross and being kind of goofy? No, because the fucking character don't matter. Doesn't matter at all. He looked more like MODOK with the mask on than with the mask off. Fine. I don't give a shit. He was not the main thrust of the movie. I wasn't showing up to see a goddamn MODOK. It meant nothing for his ass to be there. It meant nothing for his ass to go away. What do I care about the parsley on the plate for? I'm not eating that shit. Yeah, Lion, she didn't do shit. The main thing she did is be the reason that most of that shit happened because, like a typical fucking bitch, she's keeping a lot of goddamn secrets. From a husband, from a daughter, from a son-in-law, from a daughter-in-law. She keeping a lot of goddamn secrets and ain't saying shit. Even standing in the quantum realm with all of them when their life is in danger, she ain't saying shit. Not a goddamn thing. Like, bitch, you're going to get everybody in here killed because you don't want to admit to the fact that you was getting a little kangarang down in the quantum realm. You was getting noodled out by Krylar, who was supposed to be, blue, purple, or some shit. You can't cop to that shit, so everybody got to be down here in the quantum realm, damn near with their lives in danger. Because you don't want to tell some shit. Get the fuck out of here. So I don't want to hear about her acting was awesome. No, the fuck it wasn't. Angela Bassett's acting was awesome. And she didn't get shit. And I hated her acting for her character because it made her character a resentful, petty bitch and a shit leader of Wakanda. And that's Angela Bassett. And y'all know, Angela Bassett showed up to my door right now. I'd close this fucking stream down so I can try to make some chocolate. So I don't want to hear that shit about Michelle Pfeiffer was awesome. She wasn't. She played the same role Nicole Kidman did in Aquaman #1. Some chick stranded somewhere, survived somehow, and she got some history. But she's super strong. How? She ain't no goddamn powers. She got a suit that Hank made her. Shut the hell up with that dumb shit. Yeah, true example of no accountability. She had no accountability, and nobody could make her accountable. Only thing they gave her was Hank saying, yeah, I had a chick named Linda for a little while. Okay, that's fine. That's married couple shit. So what? But he copped to the fact that it was always you because that's how men are. Men are like that. It'll always be that one. That's why the idea of the one works for men more than it works for women. Women have 11s, many ones. A dude will have a 1, period, the end. What's that line from Kanye I love? He said, How he move in a room full of no's, how he stay faithful in a room full of hoes. Must be the pharaohs that's in tune with his soul. I would agree with that. Before I ever got divorced, I could have been in a room with 100 hoes. Didn't want nobody but my wife because I only need my one. That's it. I only need my one. In the absence of having that one, there can be many, but I only needed my one. Now, at the very least, Janet Van Dyne in the quantum realm admitted that, oh, a woman got needs. Oh, yeah, because she still need to get noodled out sometime or another, right? 30 years in the quantum realm is a long time to be on dry cooch. But 30 years in the quantum realm, making sure your needs is fulfilled, don't make you come back to your husband in the real world and admit to him, we shouldn't go back down there. There's something dangerous down there. Nah, y'all just shouldn't go. Should have talked to me. Should have cleared it with me. Should be up front, bitch. Your ass could have stayed down there for another 30 years. What a lion. What's up, Lion? A skillmonger. Sauchi, I see you in here. You notice how all these chicks were getting down on that man, just going on about his life, but yet they ended up between dimensions trying to keep the world from being destroyed. Yeah, that was the part in the beginning I did not like, but here's how I'm processing this shit. That's the feminine ploy. That's why it only happened in the beginning. Beginning, they was giving Ant-Man all kind of shit about him becoming a success, and I thought that was very, very disingenuous and kind of fucked up of them because, like I said on Dr. Tiason's stream, this first movie, you see this motherfucker getting out of prison, San Quentin prison, in the Bay Area. He was getting out of prison. He's an ex-con. The job that he could get, which was fucking Baskin Robbins, he got fired from because he lied on the application to get that job. So he had to hook up with some of his other ex-con friends to start his own security business, to actually have and make some kind of living for himself. Beyond that, he ends up spending 5 years stuck in the goddamn quantum realm doing some other shit for some other people. Right? And because he came back and came up with the idea to save the rest of fucking humanity and help make it possible, wrote a book about it. Everybody want to shit on his ass because he wrote a book about it, about getting some of his goddamn respect. As far as I'm fucking concerned, you should shut the hell up and let him step into the spotlight and get his shine. Let him dust off his shoulders. From ex-con to hero of the universe, of the world. Suck my dick. Be it Ant-Man size or gigantic size. Suck it. Because I can talk about it as much as I fucking want to. Because I can tell you this, his daughter talking that shit, her ass was alive for 5 fucking years. She didn't do a goddamn thing. Read Hank's journals or anything. She didn't do a fucking thing. But sit in the house. So shut up. I don't want to hear that shit. I wouldn't be hearing that shit from my daughter, going to jail or not. I'd have checked her ass. Right? Lady, you can love Hope all you want to. You can, but Hope ain't got no truck in saying shit to you about letting your daughter do whatever, because Hope in the first movie hated her fucking daddy. Wasn't even going by Pim. Remember? So I don't want to hear that shit. That was, like Dr. T was saying, that was some hellified undermining of a father. Some hellified undermining of a father. But I let that shit pass. Why? Because it's fucking Marvel. They got to get it in there. I'm just glad they got it in there in the beginning and dropped it. Went on about their fucking life afterwards. And got to the point of saying, oh, you bitches is wrong. And Ant-Man is going to save the day again. Watch out for the little guy. Since all y'all know big shit all of a sudden. So I didn't agree with that shit. But given the modern world where fathers are undermined both verbally and physically, it's not hard to find somebody to go behind your back and be doing some shit with your kid. I'm black. That shit happened to me. It just proves that Scott is actually right. And there is something to be admired in Scott. And people still don't want to give him that fucking respect. Because they're happy with him being the ex-con and the fuck up. As opposed to being, you got to give him some respect now. So what you should look at that shit like, you should see Scott Lang and understand this is the black man's plight. Constantly being undermined and gaslit, no matter what the fuck he's done, to say what he's doing ain't shit. While they eat off his success. That's how I saw it, sitting in the movie. So that's why I let it go. That's deep. That's me, Skillmonger. I am not a shallow pool of information. I'm a deep fucking soul. And that's me brushing my own fucking shoulders off. I am not no shallow intellect. Forget that shit. So when I say something negative about the movie, it's because I thought about it. It's not going to be the same fucking regurgitated fucking line about MODOK suck, this suck, whatever. And you could have heard that from 15 other fucking 15 other reviewers. And I've heard it from 15 other fucking reviewers. The same shit over and over again. Now that could either be the issue or it can either be just what they know they're supposed to say. Just what they're supposed to say. They get a lot more views from that shit. I'm not getting any, 1,000 or so views from saying I like the fucking movie. I'm not getting 1,000 fucking viewers to sit here and talk to y'all about it right now and tell you how I saw it and what I thought was deep about it and what I thought didn't matter about the shit. No, I'm not. But I'm also not one of these people up here trying to pass myself off as a fucking geek. Because as I remember, before I started doing this shit and actually clarifying what a geek was, most of these motherfuckers ran around calling themselves nerds. And that's just me being me. Yeah, he far from a fuck up. Look, Lion, I would just say this. Take all the rest of that shit away from him. He being out of prison and saving the world and shit. The motherfucker wrote a book. How many people actually sit down and take the time to write a fucking book? You can barely get somebody to sit down and write a goddamn 4-page essay on anything that they think they know. Get the fuck out of here. You gonna get shit on for him being a published author and it being a success? How do you even get the right to shit on people like that? There's a line, I was watching another reviewer who does actual good reviews or reactions, and she was watching What If, and there was a line in What If from Tony Stark that I reminded that it made me laugh again because Pepper said something to Tony Stark. He said, "Are you allowed to yell at people in my tax bracket?" Exactly. Scott Lang is a success. His daughter got any right to say shit to him? Does Hope have any right to say shit to him because Hope decided to take over her father's company with the particles he found created? Shut the hell up. Y'all ain't got no room to talk about a goddamn thing at all. Be happy the motherfucker made you a costume. Ungrateful bitches. Yeah, meanwhile, the movie, he's a fuck up and he's still apologizing. Yeah, I wouldn't be apologizing for shit. But, Ant-Man wear red, but he ain't red pill. That's all that shit mean. You wear red, but he ain't red pill. And that's fine. You don't have to be. Scott Lang is still what I've told you guys before about reading Ant-Man comics and Scott Lang specifically. What I like about Ant-Man is his core. He will always fucking try. What's most important to him is his relationship with his fucking daughter and his child. Yeah, things fuck up left, right, and center on the sides of him. So what? It happens. And yes, he is constantly criticized for the one big mistake that he made, which is being an ex-con. But he ain't no dumbass. Electrical engineer. And he always tries. Always. Even with the one power he was given from his mentor, Hank Pym, which is being able to grow or shrink. Period. The end. Everything else is about him. He a decent dude. And not in the female sense that he's totally fucking simping. He's a decent fucking dude. He's always trying for his kid. That is, to me, the black man struggle. That's why I like that character. He always tried. It don't matter how many people talking shit about his ass. He always tried. And they always shitting on him, too. Don't stop him. He still keep going. That motherfucker got heart like Naruto. Fuck it. Kind of slough it off and laugh it off. And that's why, the other reason, I don't shit on the comedy in this movie. You know why? Because Scott Lang and Paul Rudd are funny fucking characters. And have been funny the same way consistently through 3 goddamn movies. It's absolutely asinine to get to the 3rd movie. Oh, Marvel's going with all those joke shits again. Motherfucker, you ain't been watching these movies, have you? This has been the same character, joking the same way for 3 goddamn movies and a couple of Avengers movies. Where the fuck have you been? Shut the fuck up. That is not a critique of this character. It is a critique of Thor. Oh, yeah. It's a critique of Thor. Thor was too funny. Yeah, you goddamn right he was too funny. Because Thor ain't funny. Definitely, the death of gods in Ragnarok is not funny. A dude showing up calling himself the God Butcher is not fucking funny. It should be serious. There should be some stakes. You should be afraid. But you shouldn't be laughing at the lovable buff goof. But the dude who's an actual father loves his child and even on house arrest will build whole forts inside his house so he can play with his child and interact and have a relationship with her, can be goofy, can make jokes, can be funny. He's a regular fucking dude. Worried about regular dude shit. I'm trying to keep my family and my child safe. Period. The fucking end. What's wrong with that? The fuck is we talking about? Hey, man, was too funny. Nigga, this ain't Logan. You kidding me? Ant-Man's is supposed to be funny. That's what I tuned in for. If you thought Ant-Man was supposed to be serious, even fighting fucking Kang, you're an idiot. You don't know this character. And didn't know what movie you was walking in to see. You just showed up because you're supposed to. It was the next Marvel movie for you to have some critique on. Shut your... I probably shouldn't have been drinking no Jack before I started this stream, because I really do want to go in on some motherfuckers. Laughably lacking ass fake intellects. About shit they don't know a goddamn thing about. Happy Friday, Donnie Mac. And yes, he was taking a biblical ass whooping for his daughter. He was. But if you got any dude in here who understand having a child, Even if it was a dude you couldn't beat, because every man ain't no super masculine Hulk fucking dude. But if it's about protecting your child, what the hell you gonna have to do? Me and Malika talk about it all the time. That is the fucking hero's journey. The hero's journey isn't about you dominating everybody you ever come across. Bullshit. That's a fantasy. That's that Superman complex that you can always beat everybody you come up on. You're not beating everybody you fucking come up on. You're not in life, period. But you will be thrust in a situation where you're going to have to give it the old heave-ho. Give them the what for, fuck it. It's going to be what it's going to be. No, I don't have a chance of beating you. I ain't got to beat you, though. You just got to lose, nigga. One of the greatest traits of a hero is that he keeps trying and doing the right thing when the odds are against him. Exactly, Malika, which is why my favorite superhero is not Superman. It's Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man ain't got none of Superman's strength, none of his resilience, none of his ability to heal. And Peter Parker still get his ass out there and get it in. And always fights the good fight as the regular dude. Always. That's why Spider-Man is my favorite character. And if you look at my favorite characters, they all have that trait in them. They either have that trait or they have the trait that they stand up for people who can't stand up for themselves. And they take vengeance for people who have been persecuted. Ghost Rider and Punisher, anybody? Spawn? I don't look at this shit as just fun, colorful pictures and a hustle. These things are actually important to me. They're a part of who I am. And they affirm things that I know about human beings and myself. That the good fight should always be fought. Always. And it don't matter what somebody got to say about your ass. You have to hold to what you know is true and who you are. And let that be your North Star rather than an upvote or a downvote. What up, King? I like Miles too. Miles has his own struggle, and at least for me, one of the things that kind of set Miles off a bit was bringing them into the main Marvel universe, but they had to because they were getting rid of the Ultimate Universe. They had to. But I like Miles as a character. The amount of Miles that I've read, I like the character. He's actually won people over, and not just, black folks that read fucking comic books, but white folks that like the character. So for me, Miles is an all right character. But just like Spider-Man 2099 is a good character. I like him too. This is what it is. Yeah, he was funny in Civil War and Endgame. Yeah, AB. You saw the shit he was getting in Civil War and Endgame. Got his tacos blown all over the fucking patio and shit. Like, that's part of his shtick. He is useful, but everybody underrates him. That is a black man. Look, Ian, I agree with you. I said that watching the movie. I said, man, they could do it. They could do a whole series down here. And that was the other complaint people were saying. Oh, it looked like it should have been a Disney Plus show. It is a fucking Disney Plus show, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Because where's the next place you're going to see that bitch? Disney motherfucking Plus. Look. Guardians of the Quantum Realm. That's a good title. I hope they don't steal that shit from you. Look. A movie like this, since they're not spending James Cameron levels of fucking money, is going to be shot on the technology that Disney has available, which is the volume. You know, the shit that they make the Mandalorian and stuff on? Now, if you're not having a problem with that shit in the Mandalorian, you should shut the fuck up about it in Ant-Man. Because it's the same shit. It's the same technology, just with different art direction. Just different designs. But it's the same technology. They're on a fucking soundstage with 360-degree LED screens all around them. That is the new technology, y'all. If I had it in this fucking room, I'd be in the pit of hell right now, preaching. If you know that, if you know that's what the technology is, then shut up and be quiet. I'm hearing all these conversations about how bad special effects are, and then you have to ask yourself, what is these people critique on special effects? Have they worked in this business? What are they comparing it to as being good special effects, and what are they comparing it to as being bad special effects? I really want to know. Because that's what I need if you're going to give me some critique like that. Show me an example of what you consider being the best. And then show me an example of what you consider being the worst. And then tell me where this fucking falls. Because you can say, since they've been saying this shit before the movie even came out, they were complaining about fucking M.O.D.O.K because the people who got to see the shit early didn't like it. Who gives a fuck? It's M.O.D.O.K. I don't give a fuck. Don't. M.O.D.O.K is a funny fucking goofball mort. I don't give a fuck about M.O.D.O.K like that. Is that it? Oh, they standing kind of stiff. They're on a fucking soundstage. Like I said, these are technical complaints. It's not a complaint about the movie necessarily. It's technical shit. I need to go outside more. Skillmonger, I would agree if the story dictates they can do it in the real world. I'd agree. Like, what worked for Andor? Andor worked because he was going to different worlds and he spent a lot of time outside in the outdoors. That's why I love that shit. But this movie, we are going to a place that does not exist, the quantum realm. You've already seen it depicted in 2 movies. It's colorful and all the rest of that shit, right? Then by definition, you can't do that in the real world. You're going to have to do it on a soundstage, in the volume. You're going to have to bring that technology to bear and make it look all beautiful. Now, since you're not spending James Cameron Avatar type of money on that shit, you're going to be a little bit limited. Results will vary. It will. So the fuck what? Did the movie not look good? No, it looked good. Was it not colorful and all the rest of that shit? Yes, it was colorful in the way that Guardians of the Galaxy is fucking colorful. Didn't seem to hurt it any to me. Made it more interesting to look at. Did it look like Star Wars? Who got this Star Wars dick in their fucking mouth so hard that I had to hear 5 separate fucking people say the same shit? Repeating somebody who's repeating somebody who's repeating somebody else. Where is the real fucking critique? I would rather listen. I'm telling you, I listen to too many people talking the same shit. I'd rather listen to Angry Man talk about the shit. Because I know his take will be fresh. Nobody would have said what he says. You know why? Because he's not listening to anybody when he thinks about this shit. He has his own mind and his own opinion and uses his own words based on his own knowledge. It looked like goddamn Star Wars to me just because they showed up in a fucking cantina. because there was a bunch of different characters around. Motherfucker, have you ever watched sci-fi? I relish the fact that there's a bunch of different aliens around in a world that you don't know what it looks like down here. Get the fuck, how is that a critique? And if all you know is goddamn Star Wars, it proves how fucking limited your knowledge is. I pulled out Valeria, City of 1,000 Worlds. Nobody know what the fuck I was talking about, but that's what this shit looked like to me. That was the association I made, not fucking Star Wars because it's related to Disney. And it gives me an opportunity to shit on Star Wars and shit on Marvel for the complaints that their CG animators and shit like that are complaining about. No, I'm not looking for the shit on twofer. Bullshit. So Salchi is saying it matched Loki, which makes sense because, yeah, pretty much. And I don't give a shit. It's a movie. It's the third one of his movie. So what? If they could have filmed this shit outside, it would have been. But his last movie, number 2, was all outside. It was all outside the whole time. Yeah, Skillmonger, Babylon 5, Farscape, maybe Battlestar Galactica, goddamn Dark Matter. Fuck. Oh my God. What was the other one I was thinking of? Firefly. Like, goddamn, how much sci-fi have you not seen where there's a bunch of aliens running all over the place? Y'all don't watch sci-fi then. And the one I was talking about, not this women's lingerie that I was looking at. Valeria in the City of 1,000 Planets is the name I keep massacring every time I think of this shit. Excuse me. Which was a book, as far as I remember. There we go. Let's get a little screen share action going up so y'all can get abreast of some shit other than just what somebody heard somebody say to repeat what somebody else said. Get tired of this shit. Lex is a great sci-fi. Lex was good too. Yeah, this is the movie I'm talking about. That's what it reminded me of. Valerian, excuse me. That's the movie it reminded me of, because even looking at this, when I watched this movie, because I did watch this movie, there was all kinds of creatures running all over this bitch. Every scene that you went to was different types of aliens. And I love that shit because it lets creative, artistic people just start going, stretching themselves to do more variations of characters. Are they all humanoid? Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. But that part doesn't actually matter to me. Everybody is not going to be some CG blob, but understand how ridiculous that sounds. If you're bitching over the fact that everybody is humanoid, but then you're bitching over the fact that everything is CG, pick a goddamn struggle. Pick a struggle. Because if everybody is not going to be humanoid, then it's going to be some goddamn CG within reason. Because practical effects have a limitation. That's why CG is useful. And CG has a limitation as well, which is why practical effects are useful. You got to marry the two as best that you can. Now, most people ain't even seen that damn movie. You didn't. So they wouldn't know what the fuck was in it and what wasn't. Only thing they knew was Star Wars. You thought the movie had a little Wrath of Khan in it? I can see that. Because Ricardo Montalban, Khan, And what was it, Star Trek 2? He had been trapped somewhere. He was pissed. He was getting out. And if he got to fuck over y'all to get out, that's just what's going to happen. Y'all should have did that shit to him. In his mind, you shouldn't have trapped me. You getting what the hell you deserve. You getting the righteous vengeance of somebody who has been trapped. And that's why Kang in this movie was talking about he was going to wipe the dynasty of Kangs out of the timeline. He was pissed. He was heated, nigga. He didn't want to be trapped down there, but he did what he can do in the cage that he was in. He took over that bitch. What do you think he was going to do? Just sit there and sit in his house for 5 years like Cassie Lang? No. You're like, fuck this. I'm taking over. This is my dimension now. This is my realm now. I will conquer this shit. And make my poverty my paradise. Shout out to Naughty by Nature. So yeah, he did have a little Wrath of Khan in that shit. He did. And sure enough, when they came in front of him in that portal to get out, he was giving Ant-Man the Wrath of Khan. He was giving him the Wrath of Kang. That's for damn sure. That's what he was giving his ass because he wanted out. He had been there long enough. He wanted out. And he was going to go through whoever he had to get it. Oh, and all Devams. What up? I haven't seen you before. And M.O.D.O.K is the same level as Zola to me. Yeah, Donnie Mac, he is. A character you know that's kind of laced into everything or some bigger groups. But above all, it's like a goddamn mascot. It doesn't fucking matter. M.O.D.O.K is a mascot for fucking AIM. Zola is a mascot for fucking Hydra. Yeah, they've done some shit, but overall, nobody gives a fuck about them. That's your biggest complaint? Biggest complaint about the movie is somebody who is a supporting character. And how the supporting character, who's not in every scene, looks. You ain't really got nothing to say. He wasn't liking this shit anyway. Fuck out of here. Dumb shit. I'm going back to Onal's comments real quick. Donnie Mac said, we see ourselves in these characters even if they don't look like us. Exactly right, because that's why I say that the character's color doesn't matter to me. The actual color doesn't matter to me. The core of the character is what reaches people beyond ethnicities, beyond country borders and shit. The core of the character, what they fight for. That's what reaches people. Not if, look, he's gay. That's not a superpower. What the fuck is his story? Who cares? But we got the first trans character. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Look, this shit is really normalized to me. I don't give a fuck. The fact that you keep having to promote it like that means it's not normalized for you. It's normalized for me. I don't care. That's how it's normalized. It's irrelevant. That part of it is irrelevant. Are they a good actor? What role are they playing? Is that role going to be true to the character, to its origins? Or is it a new character that you just made up for this shit? Because all that sexual stuff doesn't matter here. You remember that, what was it, Robert Palmer song, Simply Irresistible? And all them chicks is in the little black skirts and they got their hair back and the high heels on and they dancing and all that shit in the background while he's singing a song, Simply Irresistible. You know, the only part that fucked me up about that whole song was when they went back and said one of those chicks was a trans person. I was like, oh, well, why do we even need to know? So we can watch the video and try to pick them out now? Feel some kind of fucked up, like, man, I thought all those chicks was cute, but one of those chicks ain't a chick. Maybe that means something about me. Get the fuck out of here. That's so fucking stupid. Did they ask you to let everybody else in the world know that one of them was a trans? Did they ask you that shit? Or are they actually trying to be a person in disguise and fly under the radar with people not knowing that they trans into anything? Because I would think, like Mystique, the whole point of changing yourself from one gender to the other is to go unnoticed. Not for somebody to throw a flag up on your back and say, coming through, this is a guy that cut off his schmagaggy. Stupid. Anyway. I can't even pronounce your name. Onal Demov. The moves. On all the moves. On all the moves. This is a joke. This is a troll name, right? On all the moves. You know all the moves, huh? Okay. I actually enjoy the protagonist POVs most times because it's more grounded in reality and true nature. The hero is always fighting for a cause that's ideological. Villain is always reacting. Villain is always fighting for a cause that's ideological. The hero is reacting, right? You got that backwards because heroes aren't proactive. They're reactive. Villains are proactive. Villains always have a cause that they're fighting for. Always. They have their ideology and they're always pushing forward at it. The heroes are always reacting to it when they believe that that ideology that that villain has is detrimental to everybody else. Hence, Thanos versus the Avengers. Thanos had an ideology. He had a purpose and he had a stated goal. And he was going through anybody he had to see that goal accomplished. Right? The heroes reacted to that. They reacted to it because they thought his goals were too much of a danger to everybody else. So they reacted against him. Not on ideology, just in opposition of his ideology. That's it. Heroes are reactive because you can't save shit before it needs to be saved. It has to be in peril first before you can come in and save it. Heroes are reactive. Read more comics or stories in general. The bad guys tend to be good in some way, and the hero is always defending some weird ideological fallacy, like T'Challa stopping Killmonger from a righteous cause. Killmonger had a righteous cause, but Killmonger's ideology was fucked up because he had also had government training. Like I said in my review way back in the day of Black Panther, bringing that information to the forefront. I was rocking with Killmonger all the way until the point that he decided he was going to attack the whole rest of the world. That was some imperial shit. That was that American training. All the rest of that shit was a little black boy in Oakland wanting some vengeance for his father being killed, who he loved. How he went about it was all that training he got from the American government. And that's why when he finally assumed the power that he wanted, oh, we're going to just go to war against everybody else. Well, nigga, everybody else will kill y'all. Yeah, you advance, but you ain't advanced against the whole world. Or Wakanda would have did that already. No, you get a lot of goddamn people killed on your stupid ass mission. That part, if you had took that out, you could have succeeded at some shit. And that's why you had the what if, where he did take over. It shows you what happened when he dropped some of that shit and actually played it smart like he's supposed to be. T'Challa stopping him was because T'Challa was responding to his reaction, reacting to him, and trying to oppose it. At the same time, T'Challa is trying to determine his own ideology. Because his father's way gave him a Njidaka, gave him a Killmonger. And he's kind of wanting to do something a little bit different, but he doesn't know if he can buck the tradition and do something different. He's a goddamn king. Yes, he can. He's accepting his role and the ideology that comes along with it and reacting to it. Heroes are reactive, not proactive. You want to see a proactive hero? Look at the Punisher. The Punisher is proactive. And that's why a lot of the other heroes have a problem with him, because he just go in and start killing people. He ain't waiting for them to kill somebody else to say, well, now I can kill him for this thing he did. Nah, they've been bad for a while. We're just going to take them out now. That's why the other heroes have an issue with him. Interesting. What up, BMT? Race is irrelevant if you're from a different planet. Race is irrelevant, period, in a character. In a good character, it doesn't matter what color he is. That's kind of the genius of Stan Lee in making Spider-Man wear a fucking mask. And he said this many a fucking times while he was alive. He gave him a mask so everybody could relate to him. Because then they didn't graft their fucking ethnicity onto it and try to limit him in that way. That's why everybody around the planet loves Spider-Man. I got you hooked on a Division 2. Cool. I'm not sure who you are because this is obviously a pseudonym, but good. I'll be on Division 2 later on today, so if you see me on there, I'll see you. Race is irrelevant from a different planet. That's actually a different race. If you're on a different planet, that is a different race. Down here on Earth, Black, Japanese, Latino, Hindu, Indian, Native American, those are ethnicities. If you're from another planet, that's another fucking race. Like, I don't know, Broccoli Head in this movie is a different race, completely different species. Simply put, if you had humans that evolved on Mars, but they're just humans like us, they'd be a different race of humans because they're from Mars. They're Martians. Different race. Even though they're still human and carbon-based. Different race. But if those people who develop on Mars had 5 toes and shit like that and looked like Phaeton from Exo Squad, they'd be a different species. A lot of these words people use is they fucking muddy them up so much that they make them like they're interchangeable and they're not. Words have specific meanings. King said, when Stan Lee made the statement about Professor X and Martin Luther King, that won me over. I grew up in the 90s. Yeah, that was what they put out there for that 90s movie of the X-Men. That's how Bryan Singer could conceptualize what was going on with Xavier and Magneto. Simply put, for me, Magneto didn't want to see no goddamn tyranny. He had already lived through it. Fuck them. Xavier was still on the appeasement route. Well, we can just have peace with everybody. Magneto's like, nigga, that's stupid. These people do not want to be peaceful. And I've seen it because I lived through it. You still get to play ideological games because you haven't lived through that shit. I have. Fuck them and being peaceful. Now, it made it easy for the movie, the X-Men movie in the 90s, so people could understand what the philosophical differences were quickly between an Xavier and Magneto. But initially, it wasn't that damn concrete. It wasn't. Yeah, the X-Men dealt with the whole of humanity because they dealt with humanity's racism against people who are different, period. What was one of the X-Men's villains? Friends of Humanity. He's always reacting. The villain is always reacting to a broader, and the hero is always defending the status quo. I still think you got it backwards. The villain is not well, in some senses, they're both reacting, right? The villain is reacting to what he sees in the world, but he is proactive in what he wants to do to change it, right? The hero is only reacting to the villain, but he is not proactive in that sense. He's only reacting because the villain did something. Otherwise, the villain never did anything proactive. The hero would be standing there jerking off in his fucking costume. That's all he'd be doing. Wouldn't be doing shit. That's why Spider-Man, Batman, characters like them, what do they do every night? They go out on patrol. They look for shit to get into. Villains don't go out on patrol. They go and go after an objective. They ain't looking for trouble. They go start some shit. I defend the government that's causing the issue. It's not about the government necessarily. It's about seeing things that you believe work wrongly in the world and deciding to do something about it. And if your means shifted from being a danger to everybody else. The whole world is already imperial, participating in everything the villain is attempting to do. The hero is always defending the empire. This is true. Because your understanding of a hero and villain is always based on your perspective. You're either inside the castle or you're outside the castle. But you never actually consider, was this castle built on the bones of some other people that didn't have nothing to do with you? Did you just take this shit over and build a castle on top of their bodies? So is the villain really wrong, or are you wrong? And he's calling this shit out. What up, BMT? He said, to be fair, his dad betrayed his own country and was going back to trial by his own brother by mercy. If the Dormelage were to come, he would have been killed on sight. Yes and no. His father was trying to be more of a citizen of the world and do something for other people that look like them, other black people. And to do that, he did go against his ideology that he was raised in, which is Wakanda's stance on not getting involved with the rest of the world. Now, their problems are not our fucking problems, even though they have the ability to help. That is not a hero. If you have the ability to help and you don't, that does not make you a hero. It does not necessarily make you just. It makes you a fucking spectator that will rather see people suffer than do something. And that's the position that Jadaka was on. No, we can do something. You don't want to do anything as a king? Well, fuck it. I'll find a way to do it myself. That's what he was doing. What he was doing could have been beneficial for, in that movie, in the Black Panther movie, what he was doing could have been beneficial for Black Americans. But it went against the ideology of the culture he came from, which was to keep hands off, let these motherfuckers suffer. We good. It sit right with him. So per ideology, he had to be punished for that shit. He had to be brought back and stand trial for going against the ideology of the culture he came from. And because he felt further betrayed by Zuri, who was basically being a little snitch rat on his ass that he trusted, and he tried to kill his ass, he got killed by his brother. Because his brother ideology is he has to protect Wakandans, good, bad, or indifferent. And I don't think he would have been killed on sight because obviously they knew where to find his ass. They wanted the trial. T'Challa and Wakanda stood by and participated in all the inequality. I'm just a villain supporter. Punisher also worked for the government back in Black Ops genocide missions. Punisher did work for the government back in the day. If you go back to the origins, he was in Vietnam. None of that Black Ops bullshit. You can call it genocide. You can call it fight for yourself. I wasn't there. I can't say. But the Punisher, as the anti-hero, the Punisher, not as Frank Castle, the soldier, is proactive against crime. Arguing, folks. I hope they do John Bernthal with the War Machine. I would like to see that if they bring it to Disney Plus, if they bring the Punisher back. I hope they do. They should. John Bernthal down. I'd like to see him return as the Punisher. I'm not sure what it will be on Disney Plus. I don't think he's gonna be beating up no chicks like he was on Netflix. But I don't run this shit. They just expect me to watch it. Not a problem. Wakanda had their own problems and never asked the outside to handle their own issues. No, they didn't, but Wakanda also had a leg up in the ability to solve their own problems. American blacks don't. Just saying. Magneto started to become what he hated, but understood Charles' purpose and stepped in for X when Cyclops killed him. Magneto has stepped in for Charles many a times because Magneto doesn't want Charles dead. It's more of an ideological understanding of who is right and who is wrong in this situation. And Charles is his friend, first and foremost. It always has been. And while they'll have an ideological difference on how they see what to happen with the mutant race and how they should position themselves, Magneto never wanted Charles dead. Never. And he has stepped in for Charles many a times on the X-Men. Cyclops killing him wasn't the first time. It was like probably the fourth or fifth. Because in the absence of Xavier, Magneto always takes up the charge for Charles because he respects him that much. He always does. Why do you think I thought Age of Apocalypse was an awesome book? Because Charles was dead and Magneto stepped up and he ran the X-Men and he ran them hard against Apocalypse. Another mutant. So that's why I got love for Magneto, because he will go the fuck in when called on. Last question. What do you think about the possibility of Netflix continuing the Snyderverse? Netflix continuing the Snyderverse. I don't know why Netflix would do it unless Snyder has control over it, because they're DC characters. But I understand DC is going through a thing where they might lease out these characters or some shit just to recoup money and stuff like that, or license them out, not lease them out. That could work. They could always just still put it on HBO Max. But you have to get the general audience to understand that this is not connected to the new stuff that James Gunn and company are doing. And that if you just picked up and did the next JLA, and it's the continuation of JLA 2 and 3 with this whole Dark Side story, people would be interested in seeing that. I would be interested in seeing that. Even made by Zack Snyder. Because that was his vision. He should have been able to get that off and just be done with it and then reboot after that. Because right now, all the hype they're getting off of this fucking Flash movie, this is all Zack Snyder shit still. This ain't James Gunn stuff. This ain't Zaslav stuff. This is still Zack Snyder stuff. Or Snyderverse stuff. So, for me, should have just let him finish that shit out. But DC and Hamada and everybody else over there was fucking around for so long with this shit that it just took forever. Took forever. That's why we still ain't got a Man of Steel 2, which I wanted. That to me should go down as a huge L for DC and Warner Brothers, because they never gave you a Man of Steel 2. Because the people who were in charge of DC Warner didn't want to give you one. They wanted to give you this little girl, Supergirl, that's turning up in this shit. That's what they wanted to give you. That's Miss Ann and Ray Hamada. That was them. That's what they wanted. The rest of these feminine characters replacing the male characters. That's what that shit is. That's what it was. This movie hasn't changed. They added pieces that took shit off of it. But it's still the same shit that was there beforehand. Before James Gunn got a job. Before Zaslav showed up. This is the same fucking movie. So, yeah, it looks good, but it's still Snyderverse stuff. recontextualize, reframe to get y'all to want to see the shit. So if Snyderverse was to go over to Netflix, I guess that would mean they would have some DC characters and do their shit. Fine. I watched that shit. Just like I watched his cut of Justice League, which I thought was better because it fleshed out Flash and Cyborg more. Fine. I don't give a shit. I'm a geek. I like watching this shit. So I don't give a fuck who put it out there, as long as it's out there. Mr. Fantastic, Tony Hank Pym were probably the most proactive because they wanted to better humanity. Yes, with the caveat on Mr. Fantastic because he always fucked up. He always went to places he wasn't supposed to be fucking around in. And he's discovered more villains or made more villains by fucking around, poking around places by just trying to explore than anything else. Because, mind you, Kang, Annihilus, Galactus, all these big threats and shit like that, Doctor Doom, that's from fucking around, from Reed fucking around. That's from Reed fucking around. All roads lead to Reed. Okay, so it is what it is. Hank ain't did nothing but made Ultron, but he was trying to do something better for humanity when he made Ultron. The motherfucker just, that AI was too advanced. It just went kind of haywire. Tony in that way, no. Tony was a profiteer. Tony doing shit for humanity is only in the movies. That was never Tony's fucking thing. Okay. All right. Thank you, BMT, for the cash app. Appreciate you, brother. I will give you nothing because $5 or better. But thank you. Appreciate you using that super chat. If you're going to ask a question, please at least donate. Yes, BMT. Agree. Okay, now I read your message. I take back what I said 2 minutes before that. Yes, there's a super chat function on this shit. So, yeah, you could use it. Donating to the stream helps. See motherfuckers donating to a bunch of people who don't know shit. Might as well donate to me. I do actually know something. Why is it okay for folks to cause inequality but others to not allow it? You want to stop Killmonger but watch slavery. Well, hysterical. Yeah, that is pretty fucking hysterical. Blood Boiling. What's up, Blood Boiling? How would you redo Ultron? I don't even know who you are. You should probably donate to the chat to ask that fucking question. But I'll just say it because I read it. How would I redo Ultron in the MCU or just in the comic books in general? Specifics. I like specifics. Charles always confuse me. Like, come on, bro. They trying to enslave and kill us, but you should turn the other cheek. I cannot fathom that because personally, I would always fight for my own. Well, that was the thing. Charles was never really Martin Luther King to me because if he was a turn the other cheek type of person, he wouldn't have made the X-Men. And he wouldn't be training them to fight. He wouldn't. He'd have been, put your weapons down, we can just turn the other cheek and hold hands and sing along. Bullshit. That wasn't what Charles was on. That's why I don't necessarily agree with the Charles being Martin Luther King thing. That's why I said that came out for the movie to make it easier for people to understand their ideological differences and their ideological points. But that wasn't there. Because if Charles was a pacifist like Martin Luther King, he would have never made the X-Men. They wouldn't have a danger room and have to train and shit like that. That wouldn't be it. Understand that X-Men was a fighting team. Other mutants against other humans. That was not no turn the other cheek shit. And some of the missions he sent them out on was not no turn the other cheek shit. It was like, we need to stop this right now. Let's get in there and mix it up, nigga. Come on. Yeah, Magneto was a GOAT in Age of Apocalypse. Magneto was a badass in Age of Apocalypse. That's why I love that story. I read that shit when it was coming out fresh, hot off the presses, nigga. That shit was awesome. One of my favorite runs of X-Men books, for real. And yes, I do love Nate Gray because I was reading all his shit and I got all his comics too. And I really liked it when Warren Ellis was writing Nate Gray because he made him the shaman, the universal shaman. So he was going up and down the spiral to different worlds and shit like that with his power. Nate Gray is a beast. A beast. Fuck Hope. Fuck Rachel Summers. Nate Gray is a beast. They shouldn't have made that Harley Quinn movie. They could have made that Harley Quinn movie. They shouldn't have called it The Birds of Prey. That's what they shouldn't have called it. They shouldn't have named nobody Cassandra Cain in that bitch. Oh no. You can do whatever you want to, but you shouldn't have did that shit. You can make the Harley Quinn movie. I like Margot Robbie, right? And I liked her version of Harley Quinn. But that shouldn't have been no Birds of Prey movie. You can forget that shit. That ain't got nothing to do with the Birds of Prey. Gotham Sirens, yes. Birds of Prey, fuck no. Got your shit crossed. Yeah, I could say that. Thank you to Dwayne Johnson for giving us Black Adam because he tried. Yeah, they tried to shit on him hardcore. I heard people still reviewing Knock at the Cabin, and they talking about how good of an actor Dave Bautista is, and they trying to shit on The Rock in the middle of that shit. I'm like, nigga, oh, he too much on self-promotion. That's what he has to do. Look, this is somebody else like I told you, I read The Rock's book when he was first in wrestling. Saw how broke and humble this motherfucker was. How he was coming up from pretty much nothing getting into wrestling. And made himself into something. The power, the prestige, the respect that The Rock has right now is from what he made himself. That's why his manager is his ex-wife. When are y'all going to start to understand that these white motherfuckers don't like black folks having no power, no kind of authority to say shit? When are you going to start understanding that? That The Rock can walk into a room with a studio and tell them who the fuck he want to have in a movie and they capitulate. Capitulate. A major studio. Nah, I'm not going to come in as no kick my ass character to the Shazam character. Nah, fuck all that. I'm going to do my own movie and give this character some due. Oh, well, what would you like to do, Dwayne? Call me Mr. Johnson or The Rock. And yeah, I want my boy Henry in this shit too. Well, I don't know. I want my boy Henry in this shit. You don't want to give it to me? Fuck it. Who's your boss? I'm going to talk to your boss. Who's the CEO of this bitch? Let me go talk to them and make sure he understands what the fuck I'm trying to do here, which is make this goddamn failing company some money. When are y'all going to understand why folks don't like that shit? They don't like you having a stroke like that. And in Hollywood, they will go through whatever means they have to shit on you no matter how they can. All kind of indirect ways. Why? Because Rock is not somebody that you run up on like directly because he will kick your ass. Even if you thought wrestling was fake. That was an ex-pro football player. He can beat your ass. And there's plenty of Instagram videos to see that motherfucker stay in shape. So what do you think they do? They feed these little shit stories and little shit on you sessions through all these other forms of media and all these other critics and reviewers to get public sentiment around fuck him for trying to overstep us and make us dance to his tune. Fuck y'all. That's all that shit is. That's why his Black Adam movie went down so quick. Because critics didn't like it. And you tell me, how much do we listen to established critics nowadays? You got motherfuckers on YouTube trying to validate these motherfuckers. You were the opposition to them. You realize that, right? Why are you trying to prop them up and validate them? You want that access. You happy to give them a little glad hand so you can get something off of it, right? I got you. This is y'all have to understand these channels that's blown up big off of this shit like that. These are fronts for other people and other shit. Because the one dude that's looking like a whole spoofer right now, everybody champion as some Hollywood insider. I'm like, that motherfucker was a conservative radio host. I know who the fuck he is because I recognize his voice. Now, you can keep hiding behind these goddamn banners and logos and shit like that, but if I don't see your fucking face on the camera, you full of shit to me. Show yourself. So I can see how old your ass is and where you coming from on the shit that you want to put out here. Because half the time it ain't got a goddamn thing to do with just the thing you're supposed to be reviewing. It's all this personal behind the scenes shit. And one of the personal behind the scenes digs right now is to shit on The Rock and try to make him not make any money. Because apparently somebody got in their fucking feelings because he went around them at DC to get some shit done for his movie that he'd been working on for 15 goddamn years. Fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Rock ain't no goddamn Terry Crews out there wearing, take his shirt off, flex, and blow a whistle and act gay. No, that was one movie, my nigga, and that was over. And Rock did that with Fast and the Furious because Rock don't believe in taking no second seat to nobody. And why should he? Look, we in the Black Manosphere, right? What person in the Black Manosphere teaches you that you should be taking a second seat to anybody? How is that being in touch with your masculinity? Now, I'm a Sigma male. I know who I am. I've known for a long time. I don't want the first seat, nigga. I'm not interested in the shit. If in a mob sense you want to be Al Capone, nigga. I'll be Frank Nitti. Because I don't need the spotlight. I don't even want the shit. But don't think I'm a soft target over here. Nigga, I'll be that motherfucker sitting like Brandon Heat in the cut with a pistol on you the whole time. Like, that nigga's scary. Yeah, because I ain't here to fucking play. I'm not interested in all that glitz and glamour shit. Y'all can have that. I'm here to make sure my shots hit. Plain and simple. So if you understand that, why do you think The Rock would get in the Fast and Furious franchise and then just be under Vin Diesel the whole time? Nigga. He was a bigger star than Vin Diesel at that time. No fucking way. That's an ego. That's an ego shit. That's all it is. And I like Vin Diesel, but I don't have a problem calling a spade a spade. That's some ego shit. You about to do 10 and you ain't got The Rock in it? Why? Because y'all can't get along? Nigga, y'all ain't got to fuck. All you got to do is stand on your mark and read your lines. Shut up, man. God damn. Don't talk this family shit and you excluding people. That's the thing that gets me. You can't talk family and exclude people at the same time. I mean, you ain't about family. You're about you. A Jewish freedom fighter who was no nonsense. Yeah, I don't remember who it was either. I do not remember who that was either. But I am a little laxed on my Jewish freedom fighters. Sue me, I'm not Jewish. But I know somebody Jewish knows who he is. So if they happen to watch my shit, you can throw it in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, they take it off the nose to spite the face. Black Adam should get a second movie, but he won't. Why? Because they don't want to give that. They don't want to give that juice to The Rock. Same reason the Black Adam movie went down, even though the fans love it. Every time you hear the Black Adam movie mentioned, there's some white dude saying how it sucked ass. Even though the fans liked it, people who wouldn't saw the movie liked it. They may have nitpicks with it, like like the little kid shit on the skateboard. But overall, they liked the movie because it was a masculine character that wasn't taking no shit. Now, what do you think the issue with Kang is? Because Kang is a masculine character who ain't taking no shit. He beat the shit out of a white dude on camera. badly. How do you think they were going to respond to that shit? Come on, man. Look, I live in a really real world, and I don't have the option of being delusional. I don't. I really don't. I have to assess and deal with the world as it is because I didn't make this bitch, but I live in it. So I'm not surprised when certain people say, excuse me, when certain people put out there, I wasn't that good. It was shit. Really? Day one, Thursday, just like Black Adam, released on a Thursday, y'all tracking numbers from Thursday to make sure you drive down the support for it so it don't hit its goal numbers. And constantly doing videos, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks. You're being fucking gaslit. You realize that, right? You're being gaslit, led astray, run amok. A bunch of lemmings with one person out there with a stick making sure you run over the fucking cliff and run away from the shit that they don't like, which is there was no rainbow representation in this Ant-Man movie. But it was a lot of heterosexual, cisgender, which I don't like using that term because a cis is something you want to cut off. A lot of regular relationship, family stuff, nuclear family. There's a man, there's a woman, there's a child, grandfather, grandma, normal shit. You don't have to feel put out. That's just the way the world is. It always has been. Electric Tyrone, don't know you either, so you can donate too. What's your take on Image comics like Spawn, Stormwatch, Wildcats? Love Image comics. Spawn is one of my favorite characters. He is probably one of my most favorite characters. Stormwatch, love that team. I would really love if Jim Lee stopped fucking around with DC stuff a little bit and really wanted to push something out there other than the Authority. Put out a Backlash movie because that would get you into having Stormwatch and all the rest of that shit. Because Stormwatch was nothing but Jim Lee's version of JLA. That's all it was. It's his version of X-Men and JLA merged together. They lived on a space station. They were backed by the United Nations. They had Henry Benedict's the weatherman who ran the team, and that team was an offensive fighting force. And their drill sergeant who trained all these superpowered people was Backlash, Mark Slayton. A half human, half alien force, nigga. And I love Backlash. Backlash was my dude. That's a character that needs to be re-upped. Wildcats was Jim Lee's version of the X-Men. Flat out. Flat out. And they were primarily alien, Caribbean, and half-breed, human and Caribbean descendants who had powers and were very long-lived, fighting against the Damonites, another alien race, species that came down to Earth and just decided to work their way into everything. And they carried out missions because Wildcats, the N was abbreviated, Covert Action Team. They took action. They weren't reactive. They were going after motherfuckers. For real. So I'd like to see them, but DC or Warner Brothers spend too much time with people wrapped up under their shit that you're going to get 15 more Batmans before you ever see another one. 15 more Batman or Superman before you ever see one of those goddamn characters. Can't stop from fucking up. Black Adam was dope. It was dope. Masculine character. He wasn't taking no shit. And my favorite line out of that shit, then his father should teach him violence. Where's his father? Oh, well, we don't have to talk about that. Yes, the fuck we do, single mama. Where's his father? I don't want him to learn violence, but you want me to kick these motherfuckers' ass that was going to kill you, right? That's violence. Goofy ass. Shout out to BMT. I'm fucking up BMT. I haven't given you your salutes for these. Electric Tyrone. Did Erica send you? Let me get this to BMT. My bad. BMT for your first super chat. Appreciate you on the super chat side of the game. Make sure I mark these down. I will give you that 3. For your next trick, I will also give you the double up for your second super chat, BMT. Appreciate it.
Double up. 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the ones.
Appreciate you doubling up on the stream. And to Electric Tyrone, appreciate your donation. I will give you that 3B salute. What up, BTL? With them lips. What up, Toya? Well, when Arson gets in his bag. Is that a bag or is that drink? Yeah. I'm just feeling in the mood today, Toya. It's just like, fuck it, dude. Let him have it. It may not be both barrels, but I'll lay down some cover fire. Facts, just like DC made a good decision to cast female ops against Wonder Woman. That actually caused me to enjoy Wonder Woman more and they was bad. Yeah, that worked. Sauchi said, facts. What up, JL West? See you in a minute, homie. I liked Hobbs and Shaw and expecting this. Yeah, I liked Hobbs and Shaw too. It was good. It was a good spinoff. That's what should happen. If the two of them fucking alphas can't coexist in the same place because nobody wants to take a side seat to the other one, fine. Spin that shit off. Let me see Hobbs and Shaw fuck around somewhere. And then I can see Vin and the family fuck around somewhere. I'm fine with that. That shouldn't be an issue. Problem is, if Hobbs and Shaw made more money than that last Fast and Furious movie, that's the problem because that fucks with people's ego. And understand, Vin Diesel is a geek. He's a geek. He is a serious fucking geek. There's a little bit of insecurity inside every geek. There is. Because that's what got you to being a fucking geek anyway. That's what got you there. You wasn't widely liked like that. There's a little bit there. Now, you can turn that into your power. You can turn that into something. You can. He did. But it's still there. Still there a little bit. I don't think Rock ever been like that. Like I said, I read his book years ago, decades at this point. That beating was mercy. Yeah, it was a little bit of a mercy. Could have killed his ass. He was taking too much fun and just whooping it. But really real world, I'm going to use that. No, use it. It's not mine. It came out of a fucking movie. What movie was it? This came from The Crow. Little Weasley dude's movie. When Eric Draven, Brandon Lee came back, and a dude saying, "You can't be alive. We killed you." No, this is the really real world, man. You can't come back from that. You can't come back from that. T-Bird. Yeah, that's where I got that shit from. It's a movie quote. See, I don't take credit for shit that I didn't make up. I don't. I will always tell you where I got it from. That is a quote from The Crow. Go back and watch the movie, and you'll see I know what the fuck I'm talking about. That's why it comes off my head on camera live, and it's not me sitting here reading off a goddamn script or hiding behind a fucking avatar to act smart. Because I'm not a Google geek. You eventually will see Kang and Dr. Doom on the screen together, because Kang Dynasty obviously is about fucking Kang, but Secret Wars ain't got really shit to do with Kang. It has to do with Dr. Doom. And if they do the Secret Wars that has to do with more Doctor Doom, the more recent Secret Wars, which is the one that people want to see, I don't give a fuck about that 80s Secret War shit. That was garbage to me. That centers on Doctor Doom, God King Doom. I want to see a God King Doom sitting back on the World Tree, Idrisil, whatever it is, with the white cloak and armor and shit like that, and he holding the whole battle world together with the force of his fucking will, like a goddamn Green Lantern. That's what I want to see. I don't give a shit about seeing Kang jumping through time in a Secret Wars. That's not how that story went, and that's not what I'm interested in seeing. Jesus Christ, this villain show. Yes, man, Villainy. What up, Villainy? Yeah, Grifter is that dude. Grifter is a dude, but Grifter is Gambit. Jim Lee likes Gambit, and he made another character that kind of looks like Gambit, could play the same way. But Grifter is cool. Is a cooler character. I like Grifter too. Grifter and his brother, Condition Red, Max Cash. Max Cash is a cool character too. That's why Ant-Man Scott stuck out more to me, because his main program was to get his daughter and just provide. Yeah, that was his whole thing. He's just a father, dude. He's a regular dude. If you think about all them goddamn Avengers, how many of them actually have a stake in this world? Actually have kids or some shit like that? Tony? Ant-Man? Cap ain't had nobody. Falcon ain't had nobody but his nieces and nephews. I think Dr. Tiasan talked about this before, about all these asexual superheroes. Like, none of them got no kids and no family. Oh, excuse me, Hawkeye, he got kids and a fucking wife. They shit on him too, because he's traditional, right? Right. I suspect Marvel replaced the Ant-Man crew with Fantastic Four. People wouldn't be complaining. I really do believe that the reshoots that was done was Ant-Man was supposed to die in this movie. And that final scene, like I told you guys in my reaction, that final scene is the one that's the teller. Because at a point, Kang has Scott beat. He's about to run through that goddamn portal. And there's nothing Scott can do to stop his ass. And inexplicably, you get a shot of Cassie standing outside with Hank and Janet looking into that portal. That her father is stuck in there. That would have been the point for him to put himself in front of Kang and do the hero's journey thing and take one for the team to keep Kang from getting out. But what happened was you had the feminine empowerment moment where for a second or third time in this movie, Wasp showed up to fight off Kang for him, to rescue his ass. That's the feminine push. That's what makes me know that that was probably the spot that was reshot. They put her in to beat Kang, or help beat Kang. Save Scott's ass and help beat Kang. Why do I say that? Beyond that point, that's the point where Scott should have made his sacrifice, and that's the spot that was taken from him in making that sacrifice and put in as Hope, saving his ass. That's a feminine push. And from that, Scott lived. But I think that's why they recast that, because beforehand, when they were doing the test screens, people was kind of fucked up about it. And I think it was that Ant-Man died. Which, fuck, they're killing off all the rest of them. Why would he be the only one that didn't? I pointed this shit out to you guys a long time ago, and I've heard people pick it up, and I'm not worried about the shit, whatever. It's obvious, just like it was, like I said, it's obvious to see if you're paying attention and been looking. Saying this shit since phase 3. Phase 4 was just about putting these characters in there. More feminine characters and all their replacements. His replacement showed up in this movie. His daughter. She's there. What reason do you have to have been building over the last couple of years, this whole phase, building the young Avengers and have a character on the team, one of the last additions, who can shrink small and grow big and still have the fucking Ant-Man running around on the Avengers? Seems awful redundant, doesn't it? I mean, we ain't got 2 Hawkeyes running around, do we? No, Clint retired. And Kate is in. We ain't got 2 Iron Men running around, do we? No, you're getting Riri. This is a pivot with Marvel and Disney, seeing how the fan base is having such a goddamn backlash on these people because of this, replacing all the male characters with females. This was the last movie to come out. You mean to tell me after She-Hulk bombed, critics loved it though, fans hated that shit, She-Hulk bombed, and Wakanda bombed, that Marvel just said, man, run with what we got. That's fine. You think that's what happened? They kicked out the CEO of Disney overnight to bring back the dude who got Marvel to the table. You think he came in there and said, y'all doing a great job? Oh, the fuck he didn't. He came in there talking shit and kicking ass. You can believe it's the happy kingdom if you want to. That's not what the fuck is going on over there. That was a pivot. They had to change that shit up. That's why that got changed. That's why your Indiana Jones 5 getting changed. Because Disney they finally hit that point where they losing too much money behind this shit. And that is a company about making money. They ain't about throwing it the fuck away. And if you got people on the outside, billionaires who coming in and saying, look, you costing the shareholders money, put me on the board and I'll change this shit. Or you fix it. What did you see them doing? Fucking fixing it. Because you're losing the shareholders' money. We ain't giving you money to be flushing it down a goddamn toilet with this goofy shit. Oh no. You're going to cut that shit out and get back to some profitability. Put my returns in the black and not in the fucking red. Fuck you. You will not have a job. So, Fantastic Four is going to come in. That'll be a different family. We'll see how that is. Maybe they'll make Johnny Storm gay in this one. I don't know. Because they have to have some kind of representation there. I think that's why they're keeping all of this shit so hush-hush. Because somebody going to have to be a part of the rainbow shit. Or they're going to have to pivot really hard against that shit and not give us the nuclear family, which this society right now doesn't love, don't like, and hates. Just saying. I did love Team 1 too. Backlash was not an Atlantean. Backlash was a half-breed. That's why he had white hair. And actually, he wasn't even a half-breed. He was a Caribbean because Zealot remembered him. Caribbean usually have white hair, right? And he had lived a long time. He was not an Atlantean. Kang beat a white man on camera. No wonder the pictures of posing gay on the cover of Ebony in my Twitter. That's that picture of him bulking up for the Creed 3 movie, and they took those pictures. They took a photo shoot of him with his shirt off and buffed up and shit. That dude looked real suspect. Like, damn, that looked fruity as fuck. But I brought that up when I saw how Jonathan Majors looked. I brought it up on one of these streams last year. Brought those pictures up. I was like, man, this looked like some gay porn. Like, okay, nigga. You want voodoo in live action? Yeah, why the hell not? We've seen strippers before, right? Fuck. Yeah, I'd see Voodoo in live action. Might as well. I, Warblade would be the one that's tricky because he can run too close to looking like T2 because the Wildcats, in some ways, are a version of, they are subject of their time, right? Jim Lee made Warblade up off of seeing Terminator 2, so that's what he was like. So it would be really interesting to see how that played now, right? Maul ain't nothing but an Incredible Hulk, right? Spartan is a Captain America Iron Man merger in a sense. Voodoo is a Jean Grey Psylocke, right? Sexy but telekinetic. Zealot is Wolverine, so Wonder Woman merger, right? They could do it. It just would look like something you've seen before. Team Seven was the best. I like Team Seven too. Team Seven, I would pay to see a Team Seven movie. If they take the original '90s story, I'd pay to see that story because that shit is tragic. You think the boys is fucked up? The Team Seven show would be like watching the Terminal List. That shit would be awesome, and you would see what happened if they played it like that. Like everything is real world, and then all of a sudden these people pop up with powers and shit. You'd be into that. And then any movie you did after that, you can always drop one of those Team Seven characters in there, and you would know exactly who the fuck they were. A whole universe already done. Youngblood was all right, but that was Liefeld's Avengers. That was his Avengers team. Shaft, all those dudes. It's all his same characters. I remember New 52 Superboy was introduced in Gen 13. Characters like Fairchild, Grudge, except New 52 Superboy. Yeah, because understanding New 52 was Jim Lee becoming the editor in chief of DC, and he sold his Wildstorm characters to DC Warner Brothers. So he got to introduce his characters into DC Comics. That's why you saw him popping up all over the place. That's why. And I like Fairchild and Grudge. I do like the Gen 13 team. I like DV8 even better, the DV8 team better. But Jim Lee made a lot of good teams, and that Wildstorm universe in Image Comics is one of the ones I really enjoyed the most. I read a shitload of them. There's a lot of really cool characters there that can be used, but DC will probably never use them. Warner Brothers will never use them because they always go to the two standards, Superman, Batman. They don't think you as a fucking audience is any intelligent. You don't read books, so you wouldn't know who any of these fucking characters were, and they have no investment in paying anybody else but themselves for the characters they produce. That's why I'm surprised this Authority movie is even mentioned, because them ain't really Jim Lee created characters. So why are they pushing the Authority? Because they want to push that gay couple out there. That's it. Because understand, on the Authority, you got a gay couple that's a Superman and Batman that will fly in the face of Homelander and all that goofy shit in the boys. But then you also have the Doctor, who's a drug addict. Swift, if they go to that team with Swift on it, Swift is a lesbian or some shit. It's a lot of other rainbow stuff that they can pull out of there that they would use as an agenda piece to do the Authority. Aside from the Authority as a team that actually takes proactive measures to save the world, even if it kills you, they will do that shit. So it's one of my favorite teams. I don't think they're going to do them justice, but if you just want violence on screen, we'll see. James Gunn is good for doing violence, but he's good for doing team formats and comical. And I'll say this point about James Gunn being at DC, what people think they're going to get from him, that he could beat Marvel. Why do you think the person who is the architect of humor in Marvel in the MCU would do anything better than Marvel? You realize that, right? Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one that brought in that humor, that type of humor into the MCU that won't go away from the MCU. The person who brought that in was James Gunn. They're still doing that shit. Do you think After Suicide Squad and Peacemaker, James Gunn is going to do anything different than what he was already doing with the Guardians and stuff? No. It'll be the same shit. It'll still be jokey. The only difference between James Gunn and Marvel, James Gunn will kill people. Heroes will die. And it'll be gross. And the soundtracks will be better. Folks don't understand. Yeah, they're always dealing with real life history. What up, Kareem? New Riddick movie's coming. Yeah, I heard about that. I'll be watching that because, like I said, I do like Vin Diesel, and I like the character of Riddick, and that's a character that should have been expanded on a long time ago. But it gets kind of sticky with the dude who created the character, Vin Diesel, and then, some other shit going on. Shout out to Joe Herb for donating to the chat about, I don't know, maybe an hour or so ago. I will give you the guts and butts. And
double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the once.
And to the Herb, I will also give you the double that. Appreciate your Herb.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
Her, I'm gonna text you later on to see where you're gonna be later, because I can come bring you this shirt. You are actually somebody I know in the real world, so I can find your ass very easily when I do got some errands to run. So I'll come find you. Shout out to the One Eye One, donate to the stream. Appreciate you, One Eye One, donating on the Cash App side. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate it.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the once.
Sal Chi, he said, for Kang the Conqueror. Appreciate you, Sal Chi. Yeah, I saw somebody getting conquered. But that was to be expected. I didn't think Ant-Man had a chance of beating his ass. So I was all for seeing him kick off in it. And it's not that I hate the Ant-Man character. I was just looking to see somebody actually get their ass kicked again in Marvel. I'm serious. So appreciate you, Salchi. I will give you the guts and butts.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the once.
Sorry about that. Hit the wrong one. Darren Anderson, appreciate you, sir. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate Listen, brother, he says, for been a minute. Yeah, it has been a minute. Man, come through. You can even listen. Do like Toya do. She just turned me on and just be zoning out to my sexy voice, I guess. I don't know. I asked her about it, but whatever. But appreciate you listening, brother. I will give you that. What is that? I'll give you the guts and butts, man.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the once.
Beastly Nerd. What's good, bro? Hope you're getting your schoolwork done. I didn't forget. It's on my phone. I didn't load it up on the StreamYard, but I got to open it for you. But maybe I'll do it later. But appreciate you, Beastly. I will give you the guts and butts.
Double up, 3 or 4 times, I ain't telling no lies, running up. Never let a hard time on the once.
And Kareem Austin, appreciate you, bro. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate it. I will say this: like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. This is coming to 2 more episodes before the end of this show season. So 352 is the last one. So we had 3.50 right now. So year 4 is coming up. So I will try to do some things differently as much best I can. Shout out to Skillmonger donating on the Cash App, or excuse me, donating on the Super Chat side. Appreciate you, Skillmonger. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you. So let me go back up and see some of these other ones. Lecture Tyrone, yeah. The new meaning of flame on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, flame on, all right. It's Johnny Storm, right? The fuck ever. It might as well be. Look, come on, man. New rig moves coming. Yeah, Kareem Austin, yeah. Rock is a cool dude. From what I know, Rock is a cool dude. I don't fault him for promoting himself. What other way, as a black star, to be taken serious in a social media era, do you get the eyes of everybody on you? Why do you think my channel doesn't grow like somebody else's channel grows in less time? Because I don't promote myself. Rock promotes himself everywhere. He is the brand. He is the brand. And he brings the audience along with him. I watch wrestling. I'm a wrestling fan. I remember when he started as Rocky Maivia. I remember him during the Nation of Domination days. I remember him as becoming The Rock. I've been watching him the whole time. Loved him when he was wrestling. Like him as an actor. I don't fault him on any success that he's getting. One thing I can say, for as long as I've been watching him, he earned that shit. So I don't have an issue with it. I really don't. I wish him all the success, and anytime he in something I want to see, I give him my money to see it. Because I support him. What I don't support is people trying to shit on his ass because they don't like seeing his face. So fucking what? Make your own goddamn movies. Gen 13 floundered. It had good stories and then it fell off. What killed a lot of the Wildstorm books is Jim Lee, I don't think, was focused on it as much because he went back to DC, and that's when the shit kept floundering. That's when they kept having to reboot the shit. Rebooting the Wildcats a number of times, rebooting Gen 13 a number of times. It basically wrote himself into a corner, I think is what it is. But there was a lot of good characters there. Like, I'd pay to see a Henry Benedict's on the screen. Weatherman, that motherfucker was shrewd, nigga. Talk about the dark side of a Charles Xavier, because that's basically what he was. That motherfucker was cold. It's because of Henry Benedict's you got your Stormwatch Black, which became your authority. Henry Benedict's was a motherfucker. I'd pay to see him on the screen somewhere. That motherfucker would be something else to see. Ray, Wetworks, Darren, Wetworks is another one of my teams I love. Dane, yeah. Dane with the Wetworks Gold Symbionts, Grail, yeah, Dozer, the Pilgrim. That's my look. Jester, I love Wetworks. Wetworks was that team. And Wetworks was always dealing with vampires and werewolves and shit like that. So that shit was good. Dane was a beast too. I'd pay to see a Wetworks movie. I would. I was reading that shitty ass Charles is in here now. He can remind me of this piece of shit fucking story that DC did a number of years ago when they had their version of Incursions, and it was called something else. I can't remember what it was called, but there was one of the books. It was Batman and Azrael together in the book, and they went up against Wetworks. I was reading that shit, and the art was garbage. The art was garbage. I read that shit and was loving the fuck out of it because they had Batman and Azrael going up against Wetworks. They introduced Wetworks into the DC universe, and I was loving that shit. But the overall arching event, I forgot what it was called, but it had to do with it was basically DC's version of Incursions. It fucking sucked. They dropped the ball on that shit so bad. They fumbled that shit like they pulled out their fucking dick and started rubbing it on the ball while running down the field. What up to the Woo Beast? I read recently that The Rock was supposed to be starring in his own franchise using James Gunn's rejects. I hadn't heard that, but you'd have to tell me more about that shit. Tell me where you read that article, because I don't see him taking any of James Gunn's nothing. I know they want to do something with him later, but that's just because people gonna wait around to see if The Rock's star falls and if they have to fuck with him or not. They trying to ruin him. They are. Understand that. They are trying to ruin The Rock and bring down his star power. So they're going to sit back and wait. What's that called? The Chinese inspection, where they get fruits and vegetables from America and they leave that shit sitting on the dock until it rots and then inspect it and send it away. That's what they're doing to The Rock right now. They're trying to Chinese inspect his ass. Let his ass sit there because we don't want your shit. Not because it's bad, because you ain't going, you try to come in here and overpower us. We don't like that, bitches. Yep. Wetworks with a gold power vampire hunter. Let me bring up a picture of Wetworks so I can just love on that for a minute. Because Wetworks was a team I was reading to. I need a good picture. Not this artist. I need that Willis Pacheco art. Willis Patasio art. I need that art because this is his team. I guess that's about as close as I'm gonna get to a good picture. Okay. What the fuck, dude? I just want the picture. God damn it, dude. There we go. I'm using the wrong one. All righty, campers. This, for all of you who don't know, who weren't even reading comics back in the fucking 90s, is Wetworks. This is the Wetworks team. Dane, Grail, Dozer, Pilgrim, Mother One, Jester, and I'm forgetting his name. I'm fucking forgetting his name. Shit. Look like fucking Strong Guy, and I'm forgetting his name. But that was a good team. And yes, they did fight vampires shit. They fought underworld shit. Dane was one of the original Team 7. That's why I say a Team 7 movie would be awesome, because you get characters like this who all went off and formed their own teams. Dane, Mark Slayton, Grifter, a lot of fucking Death Blow. These were all part of Team 7. Fairchild's father and stuff. These were all members of Team 7. And their kids ended up with crazy powers, right? But this one can be cool. These symbionts, these golden symbionts, gave them abilities and stuff like that, and actually started warping their bodies and shit. That's why Grail's is blue, because Grail is martial artist. and his chi became like a weapon. He became like Dr. Manhattan. Motherfuckers couldn't touch him if he didn't want to. So yeah, good memory to bring back up for me, y'all. I really did like this team too, and I like the art. Willis. Uh, they started bounty hunting in the division for high-end guns only. Yeah, I'll be on that shit later. I will be on that shit. Ugh. Gen 13 and Wildstorm was some of the best shit going in the 90s. They had Marvel beat. They did. That's why that Authority was blown up so bad, because the Authority was kicking the shit out of Marvel and DC at the same time. Yeah, he was talking shit about both of them characters. Mr. Majestic is cool. Mr. Majestic is Image version of Gladiator, but I do like Majestic. Majestic was pretty cool. I also like the other one, Union. He was like a Green Lantern, but he formed weapons and stuff like that out of the crystal in his chest. It was cool. Brian, I thought about Malika when I was saying the Weatherman. I did think about Bryan Cranston as a Weatherman. I did, but the other one I thought of was like a J.K. Simmons, or it needs to be somebody older who can play just calm and menacing, like a fucking what's his name? Ben Kingsley. Now, the Weatherman is not that damn old. He looks old, but he's not. But you need somebody to stand there and just be like a younger version of a Patrick Stewart, standing there just being fucking menacing sometimes, and know that this nigga up to something. He is up to something. He got to be up to something. But you know, this dude got all the angles covered, all the angles and all the exits. You are not getting out. That'd be the shit. You have all the comics and the action figures of Wetworks. Yeah, Wetworks was a good team. There's some good toys too. Ideally, I want to cross on Grant Morrison. Zealot was cool. Yeah, Zealot was always cool. I'd like to see Zealot go up against a Wonder Woman. Because Zealot, think about it this way. If you want to know what Zealot would look like on the big screen, look at Athena in the Eternals movie. That's what Zealot would look like. Just some badass chick out there just taking on motherfuckers with a sword most of the time. Skilled. Very skilled. Used to be what they thought was Athena or whatever. It was based on Zealot. They took that shit from Wildstorm. Wildcats would be cool. That'd just be an action movie. JLA versus the Wildcats was a good book. Claymore. Thank you, Tyrone. Yeah, Claymore. That was the last one. Forgot Claymore. I think he was the one that got killed early. Yeah, after that, it floundered too. After a while, it floundered. The only thing that saved it was art. I have a pretty good run of Wetworks because I was reading that regular. I was reading all that Image shit. So if I talk about Brass or some of them other characters and stuff like that, people have to go back and look for that shit because I was reading it. Well, yeah, the artwork went to trash, but it's because Willis Potasio is such a good artist. The fucking designs for those characters were complicated. A lot of artists couldn't follow his work, so it has to dip. It has to dip. It just has to maintain a manageable level of what it looks like. But it's not going to be Willis's shit. Yeah, see, here's Herb in here telling you right now. I remember trying to copy that art style when I was a kid. My stuff looks so weird. Yeah, you can't. You can't. That's the beauty of an artist, dude. He has his legit skill. It cannot be copied. You can get close. Like even John Romita Jr. is just copying his daddy's work. He's just John Romita Jr., right? But that's as close as you're going to get. Facsimile. Gen 13 was lit. Y'all don't know nothing about DV8, huh? God damn, dude. We'll talk about deviant shit. love this team. Love, not the Jeep hood. Thank you. They took that fucking title as quick as they could. So another team that was good up front, and then the art style kind of went away. Fell off a little bit, and came back when I think this was Alan Garza got on the book. This was another team created by Jim Lee, and it was a counter team to Gen 13. It was the opposite of Gen 13. Because if Gen 13 was by John Lynch, who was part of Team 7 and ran IO, DV8 was run by Ivana Bayul, who also ran IO after him, and she was crazy. That bitch was nuts. She was on some way other shit. And the team that she created from these descendants of some of these people from Team 7 was the DV8 team. All right, I guess that's the best picture I'm going to find of them. There we go. A little comic history. I see people tuning out for that. There you go. Frostbite, Copycat, Evo, Sublime, and Powerhouse. All these characters are actually kind of cool because they all have a similar type of how their ability works. And what's his name? John or Miles Carver, the black dude in front who's the leader, Frostbite. He is a heat absorber. He doesn't throw ice. Does not throw ice. He absorbs heat. And when you absorb all the heat, things freeze. Frostbite. Sublime could change her density and can really fight. You see, you're using a 3-section staff and shit like that. Evo could change shape between a wolf, a bat, some other shit, right? He can evolve. Copycat was multiple personality disorder, but she could take control of people. She was like a Jean Grey crazy, a telepath, right? So you can take control of people and whatever. She had multiple personalities. Funniest time is when the soldier come out. She got a soldier side, and she'd fucking kill people. Powerhouse, which I used. Powerhouse's abilities, he got strength drawn off of people's emotions. He siphoned emotions, and it gave him strength. Now, I used a version of that ability in my Pathfinder character, Falk Winterson, right? Charles knows this because I told him. My Falk character uses emotions to gain powers. The emotions that people are giving off is what gives him a lot of different powers. So he can get night vision. He can get super strength. He can get enhanced reflexes and stuff like that by feeding off the emotions of other people around him. Made it kind of cool. But that's what Powerhouses was. He gained strength from absorbing people's emotions. Yeah, Humberto Ramos' art was good. Alan Garza was good after him, too. Before him, it was somebody else before Humberto got on it. But I like Humberto art, too, because if you like DV8 art with Humberto Ramos art, you got to read his line, which was Crimson, which was vampires. And that was Humberto Ramos's characters that he did. And that line was good, too. All right, so let me stop sharing that. So let me go ahead and drop this link. I think I bitched enough about certain shit. I will run this for about another hour. What is it? 3:40. Yeah, I'll run this for another hour because I'm going to be up against the space on this StreamYard. on the StreamYard disc. That's what it is. I'm running up against the 100 hours of space. So I got to do some shit before I save some space to do the watch party tonight for Last of Us, because I will watch Last of Us tonight. It will be a watch party. I will drop a link in my community tab. So if you are subscribed to the channel, check the community tab. I will drop a link in there for The Last of Us, and then you can pop on, watch the shit with me. Be there when I do my reaction or my review of the episode, which I will snip off and put on YouTube. But the watch party part will go to Patreon. It will not go on YouTube. That is for Patreon content. So if you are a patron, Shop Talk with artisanmc is the Patreon. You can join that shit for what I think it's a $5 up to $100 tier. I don't know. But you can join that and watch those videos. And when I do specialized Patreon only content, you'll be able to see it, because I will not put it over here. I just can't. What is this? Hercules from the Pantheon. Knew a few guy who worked for Image Dudes, was on another level. One of the things that I remember Image doing back in the 90s is they had an open basically like casting call to find new artists. And that's how you got a lot of really good new artists. Like J. Scott Campbell came through that. Javon Kirby came through that. The dude that did Brass came through that. A lot of really awesome artists came through that process of them just opening the doors like, hey, we're looking for new talent. And they brought in a lot of new talent into the comic book industry that is still here today. It's still here today and turn out awesome work. So it is what it is. So the link is in the chat. If you guys want to come up, you can come up for a little bit. We can have a little bit of a conversation about Quantum Mania and some of this other stuff. I'm not going to talk about the Bad Batch. I'm pissed off with the Bad Batch. I did my reaction. I'm done with that. I don't want to talk about the Bad Batch. I really don't. I'm irritated with them right now. And if this next episode don't give me something worth chewing on, I'm probably going to stop watching that shit. I'm disappointed in this season. This is fucking 9 episodes of this shit. And I've only had about 2.5 of them worth of fuck. So I'm irritated as fuck. Shout out to the Panther here, and let me make sure I get this brother in here right.
Woo!
Greetings, all my Negroes and Negroettes.
Shout out to the Woo Beast, Charles Faulkner, Colonel Panthro in here.
Ah, man, people forget the golden age of 90s comics, man.
They do.
Wildcats, Stormwatch,
Mm-hmm.
X-Men when they were still good. Oh, man, Superman. I mean, you had Nightfall. Shit. I mean, it's a lot of good comics came out in the 90s. A lot of good comic book artists. Hell, even Disney cartoons were good. What the hell? So how y'all doing in the chat today? I know Artisan had to dip off for a second. But man, those 90s cartoons were awesome. The comics. Whew. And it was funny because these comics were actually geared towards that grunge, hip-hop time. I mean, you had Milestone coming out. It was like a new renaissance for comics at that point. You had Static, Icon and Rocket Hardware, Had a lot of iconic comics that you had in the 90s. As I like to call them, those are like the new age icons.
So shout out to this brother coming up. Sorry, you guys, I had to dip off for a second to try to see what the hell is going on. So from the neutral zone, from the land of the Federation comes Intermedia. How you doing, hey B?
Hey, what's going on, Arson?
You know, it's one of them days. What is he? What is Elongo? What's up, Elongo? He said, "Who is the worst artist whose work you remember seeing in a comic book?" Jesus Christ, I don't even remember that motherfucker's name. And that art was so bad. I should have remembered his name, so I stayed away from that shit. But I don't. I know I'm thinking of the person right now in the art in the book, and I can't think of what his name was.
You're not going to talk about Liefeld?
No, I'm not going to talk about Liefeld because here's the thing. Here's my thing with Liefeld. I don't give a shit about him not being able to draw feet and hands. That shit is difficult, right? What Liefeld gets my respect for is he's created so many goddamn characters that people love. I don't give a fuck about none of the characters. The character is not about his feet and his fucking hands. That's the one thing people want to give him shit about, but they never want to acknowledge him for all the characters he's actually created. Liefeld gave me Deadpool. Liefeld gave me Shaft. He gave me the characters in Youngblood. Look, he gave me a shitload of characters that I like. Why do I give a fuck about, oh, he drew a gun like a square? Motherfucker, all of us learn how to draw guns as a square. Who gives a fuck?
I mean, to this day, a lot of people copy his style.
Exactly. So I don't want to hear that shit.
And it's funny because, you know, everybody knows, it's no secret, I'm a big Ed McGuinness fan. Mm-hmm. Ed McGuinness, you know, he's one of the few people who damn near pretty much perfectly blends the anime and American styles.
Yeah. I just heard Rob from Comics Explained talking about this issue of X-Men with Cable in it and how Cable took back a part of his techno-organic virus from the progenitors, right? And Rob was geeking out on the fact that he took back this part of the techno-organic virus and made this armor out of it. But even his armor had the pouches from the 90s. Well, why does Cable have pouches from the 90s? That's Liefeld. That's why. That's how he drew Cable.
And then you got to remember, he took a lot. When I actually spoke to him at the Baltimore Comic-Con, mm-hmm. he had some buddies who were in the military. So he was paying homage to them.
Exactly.
Because
Nice.
Yeah, that's why I don't give him shit. Look, I've met Liefeld. I don't have a problem with Liefeld. I don't have a problem.
Everybody says he's an ass, but he's a lot cooler than what most people say.
Look, man, I would be an ass too if people was constantly disrespecting my work and never giving me credit for the shit I did. I would be an ass too. I would be a whole fucking horse's ass. I wouldn't give a good goddamn what you want to say about me. What you wouldn't say is that I wasn't creative. And what you wouldn't be able to say is I made a mark in this industry.
Most people who it's kind of funny because, you know, there's just very few artists who are superstar artists anymore, if you ever noticed. With the exception of the Todd McFarlanes, the Liefelds, the Jim Lees, and it's crazy because
there you go, right there. Who's that?
This Liefeld
and Todd. Now y'all know I got love for Todd McFarlane like nobody's business because I love Spawn. That's me and Liefeld too. Met him at the same time. Just like what's his name that did the Darkness? I'm forgetting his name at the moment, but whose art style I fucking love. I met all of them. Had a conversation one-on-one with them. Like,
wasn't it the guy who passed away who did the Darkness?
I know that was the other guy who did Phantoms that passed away.
Yeah, Phantom. He passed away.
Yeah, Michael Turner. Michael Turner was the one.
Michael Turner made a great Wonder Woman. I was waiting for that one.
Yep. So yeah, I don't want to hear it.
And shout out to Todd because Todd made Spider-Man's webs cool as fuck.
Yes, he did. He made Spider-Man in some positions just art-wise that they have to use now when they do Spider-Man in live action, they take from Todd McFarlane poses. They do that specifically. How he swung around the city and all that shit. And yes, he made his webs look cool. It made Venom look menacing. So suck a dick. I'm really getting into dispelling a lot of people's bullshit that they like to say about people, and actually challenging the fact that they say it. What is your actual fucking critique? That you don't like the way he draw a gun? So fucking what?
And have you ever noticed the people who complain can't actually draw?
And that's why I keep trying to dispel that shit, Charles. A lot of people who complain like this don't have any artistic talent themselves and don't know the process. And it's just in this mind state now of I get to complain about shit.
Yeah.
It's not a critique. It's just criticism for the fact that I can't do it.
And it's funny because, one thing I love about drawing, it takes a while to develop. People don't understand how hard it is to draw lips.
Mm-hmm.
Lips, hands, feet, feminine features, symmetrical eyes, a fucking decent nose, hair. Shut up, man. You ain't never sketched shit, apparently, because that shit can be difficult. If I'm mad that an artist working on schedule by pages gets to a point where he's trying to get his pages done and drawing these feet, I drew smoke on the ground. What? Because you caught him doing some saving methods? Shut the fuck up.
I laugh at these people that cry about CGI. I'm like, okay, have y'all ever do y'all even know what the XYZ axis is? Seriously.
They just know what they like seeing. Thank you, Alongo. Mark Silvestri. I don't know why. I feel so fucking bad that I'm forgetting that dude's name. I love Mark Silvestri's work. Fuck you. He can draw my obituary. That shit would look awesome. That shit would look awesome.
He looks a lot better than he did in real life.
No shit. Like, goddamn, I didn't know he had a darkness mask on with long hair. Artisan had long hair? That should look a beast. Nah, dude.
How did he die? He had sex.
He had sex, nigga. He passed on to darkness.
That should be a code word for black guys. Hey, anybody trying to pass on to darkness?
Yeah, who want some of this darkness?
Oh man! So the Quantumanium, what you give it? Is it a good bridge or good movie? Period.
It's a decent movie. It could have been a really good ending for the Ant-Man trilogy, or an Ant-Man trilogy. It could have been a good ending for that. I would have rather seen Scott sacrifice himself in a sense and be dead for a while in the quantum realm until he came back later in like a Kang Dynasty or Secret Wars or some shit like that. Because he's died before in the comics, so he could die in his movie. Give him a measure of more respectability, where here it is, I saved the world again. They weren't looking out for the little guy, and I ended up saving all of y'all asses again. Let his daughter step up in his image to honor her father and be a young Avenger, and then get the two of them reunited in like a Secret War. That her father comes back. That'd have been a gushing moment, like, Spider-Man dying in Tony Stark's arm. People would have been, oh, beautiful.
I think people just like to write up stuff and not take the time to build story.
Yeah. But you understand where Marvel is right now. Is they're trying to appease the crowd right now. They're really trying to appease the crowd because they know all of this shit with this film push. Yeah, everything with this film push is dying a horrible deaths right now. I mean, from Rings of Power to She-Hulk to Wakanda to whatever they pull out of DC's ass next, nigga, this shit is going down in fucking flames. Every company sees it. Everybody sees it. You cannot deny it no more. I don't give a fuck how many fucking established critics come out and say, no, it was wonderful. Suck a dick. It was not wonderful. We saw it. You're not going to try to tell me what I saw wasn't shit. It was shit. No, I know the difference. So
that's what they try to say about Velma.
I'll say this about Velma. It was a critique of woke culture, and it was supposed to be bad. It was
Success. From what I heard,
It was
success.
supposed to
It
be a
wasn't.
joke about woke culture because notice how when the pretty girl, she said, "I'm going to show you how to keep men's gaze away from you." And what it really people didn't get is that it's making fun of how people really are jealous of other people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yes, women keep saying they don't want men's gaze, but you really do.
You really
And
do.
that's what and that's the beauty of the show. That's why I didn't mind the show. It's like
I
when they
haven't even watched the shit yet. I really haven't.
talk about the rich white boy being Fred, I'm
Mhm.
not mad of him being rich and white. Shit, who wouldn't? Like a lot of people, if they had the chance to switch sides,
Yeah,
it'd be very few black people.
look, they had to switch yesterday.
You ain't lying.
They would have
So
switched yesterday.
them
Yeah,
making
or
them
everything.
making Daphne Asian, which you couldn't really tell anyway, it doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
it's one of those things where I liked it because it was like a play on woke culture. Like everybody has a struggle, which no one does, which hardly anybody does. And the fact that you really wanted somebody, like, it showed how, yeah, you had a problem with the rich white boy, but you still wanted to fuck him too.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
You
So,
just wanted his power. You just wanted
Yeah.
his ability.
I will
Go
give
ahead,
him credit.
AB.
I will give him credit because Norfolk finally grew a pair and stopped taking Velma's shit.
yeah, that was a good part.
Should've
You
been
know,
that.
it's a great show that nobody talks about. The Legend of Vox Machina. Boy, that shit is like guilty pleasure.
I heard somebody, I think it was my coworker at work. Josh was watching that shit. He was saying, "Have you watched this yet? It's on Netflix." I said, "I haven't seen it yet, but it's on my
Oh, it's
list."
on Amazon.
It's on Amazon. Okay, that's the other one that's on Netflix. My bad. But that one, the one on Amazon is on my list too. Let me double check this picture.
You're gonna.
What's
It's a
it
good.
called, Charles?
The Legend of Vox Machina. You're gonna laugh your ass off because of how raunchy and how much action, but it has impeccable story. Like there's no Mary Sue's. I mean, everybody's fucked up and have flaws, and I love it.
Well, nothing wrong with flaws, as long as they're real ones and not that bullshit.
Hooray!
Oh my God.
Stop it. Stop.
Hey, I did watch Picard season 3, the first episode.
Tell me about it.
Beverly Crusher has been busy.
She been fucking?
Yep, he got another son.
Oh, damn, that was late in life. That Federation technology helps, huh? Geriatric pregnancy is no longer a thing.
You know when I first heard that, I was like, it's about damn time. In fact, I was mad because you know Wesley's gone out somewhere in time.
Yeah, he gone. Yeah, he been gone.
In fact, I was upset. Now they haven't confirmed who the father is, but I'm like David Picard, you should have took your shot. Come on, man. Everybody knows Picard and Beverly Crusher should have happened like the 7th or 8th season.
They could have had some weird relationship where they was just tied up with each other, entangled, so to speak, on again, off again doings. Okay, it's on my list. I thought it was on my list. It wasn't, Charles. It is now, though.
Better be nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Got him.
Also, they don't show you the Enterprise, but they show you the new Titan, and it looks cool.
Is that the ship that's flying around in season 3? It's a Titan class Enterprise. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually a modified version of the Constitution class. It looks decent though.
Yeah, I saw the ship design. That was one of the things I always loved about Star Trek. Is the ships always play on a certain theme. It has to have a disc and then your nacelles, and how they always vary that up was always fun to me. You know, it was always fun to see how they changed it around, what they did to it or whatever. So that was one of the things that caught my eye from the trailer was that I saw a new starship floating around. I said, "Ooh, which one is that one?" that the new Enterprise? Like, where are you at? Is that the H? Like, at the H class? Is that the H class? Got the spinning rims and shit?
You know, I want to see a Dr. Martin Luther King Enterprise ship. You know, on the title it says "I Have a Dream."
Yeah, the USS King.
Hey.
Nah, because it would have no phasers because it'd be turning the other cheek.
Nah. This the one. This the ship that's coming to get his check.
Mm-hmm. Believe it or not, they show Space Dock, which is what I want to see for a while.
I always love Space Dock.
They show Space Dock in the first episode at least. So that was fun seeing.
Like how big is like an Enterprise ship? It must be huge.
About 20 stories. I have to look at the.
Yeah, you got to look at the tech manuals. But that's the other thing I like about Star Trek. They had tech manuals on that shit. You tell you how to build that shit nowadays. Like, want to build one of these? Okay, this is the size. These are the specs, motherfucker.
You know, fuck Earth.
Yeah, fuck Earth. Let's go. Let's get out of here.
It's my understanding they actually didn't build out.
Well, part of the reason that it's easy because they don't build them on Earth; they build them in space.
Yeah.
That's why the dimensions of them are bigger because they build them at engineering stations that they built to do in space.
Yeah, that dry dock is out in space, nigga. It's not on the planet.
Yeah, no, like everything shoots off as like a seed. It shoots off from the ground, like it supplies the space station or whatever, and they actually manufacture the ship in space. Like nothing of it is manufactured on the ground except for like the parts. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The actual structure of the ship is built in space.
One at a time. You guys can't talk over each other.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Let them finish.
It's my understanding they didn't actually map out the whole Enterprise in full to like Star Trek 2.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. That may have been Star Trek 1, but wasn't like till Star Trek 2 where they actually mapped out what the Enterprise actually would be like if it was a real ship.
Okay. Be big as fuck.
Yeah.
Speak to Malika's point right here. He said 90s era was mullets, ponytails, 5 o'clock shadow, big bucks, big titties, leather straps, shoulder pads, and pouches. Yeah, and that was the time that the comics was actually good. And what did your activists come in and get rid of the comic books to
Big
give you all this rainbow shit? Every one of those things that you mentioned, like the mullets and can go. I never mind a character with a ponytail because Shatterstar need a ponytail.
Yeah.
Right?
And don't forget trench coats.
And the trench coats, right? 5 o'clock shadow, yeah, because that means they're grown men.
Yep.
Okay, not little boys running around in costumes. And then big butts, big tits, these are supposed to be grown ass women. I expect them to be endowed. I don't expect them to look flat chested all over the place. Straps, leather straps, shoulder pads, and pouches. They're actually doing some shit. They're actually out there being active, doing some shit. They're not just running around in skin tight outfits like it's exotic erotic. Mm-hmm. So all the shit that they took out is all the shit that actually was making the comics in the 90s actually cool. And where are they now? What do their costumes look like now? Motherfuckers running around in regular street clothes. Like, I want to see that shit. Like, great. Somebody got on a jersey. Got on a wife beater and some Timberlands. Awesome. That's a cool costume. That's one of the things I hate that they keep doing. Every time they put a version of Miles Morales in another medium, like a video game or something, they give him this shitty ass costume that looks like half a superhero costume and half some of this stereotypical street shit that black folks wear. Oh, he need a hoodie and he needs some big ass Jordans on. Nigga, what? You can't stick to no bills with them big ass shoes on. What the fuck is y'all doing? You don't do this shit to the white characters. You ain't putting them in no fucking turtleneck and shit. Come on, man. So fucking lame. Anyway.
If they give Miles Morales baggy pants, even though nobody wears baggy pants anymore, and a hoodie, then I better see Peter Parker in a goddamn khakis and a goddamn cardigan.
Exactly. And yes, Cyberforce was awesome. Witchblade was cool. They even made a TV show off of that shit. Darkness Awesome was the shit, and the Angelus art was the shit too.
Darkness was so good, Charlie Murphy kept promoting it.
Darkness, yep.
Darkness.
And Dan Silvestri, the X-Men artist, second only to Jim Lee's. That's facts right there. They both came off the X-Men. It's funny that the two guys that came off the X-Men made whole fucking universes of characters after they left Marvel. What does that tell you? They was being stifled.
Yeah, I mean,
how many teams spun off from Mark Silvestri? You named some of them right here: Cyberforce, Witchblade, Darkness, Angelus, and I think he did. He didn't do Divine Right. That was Jim Lee, but he did some other one that had to do with the angels and demons shit.
I mean, hell, people forget about Wildcats was like huge. Even had a Saturday morning cartoon.
Exactly. That was Jim Lee. That's his money. He made that shit. I still got them episodes of that cartoon on videotape because I was recording them.
And I mean, you got to think of how rich the story was in the 90s when you had like these characters were like thousands of years old fighting the same goddamn war. And it was like, okay, so why does this person hate this person? Or why is he a cyborg? He didn't even find out the story. I forget it was a Spartan. Yeah, like, that was crazy.
Dreadnought class named after Malcolm X. Yeah, Dreadnought class named after Malcolm X.
Like the USS Black Power.
No shit. USS by any means necessary. We send a necessary into the front.
It is to boldly go where no man has gone before by any means necessary.
Oh shit. Facts, they do manufacture in space. Yeah, I always have. What up, being on Fox? So, what y'all got on some of this other geek shit that was going around? Because the Joker 2 stuff is not really anything to say outside of Lady Gaga does look like Harley Quinn. So, I think she'll actually do a decent role playing Harleen Quinzel. I don't know if she's going to go full comic book version Harley Quinn, but
they released a trailer.
It's not even a trailer. It's just a picture that they released because they're filming it right now. So there's no trailer yet, but it's just a picture of her and Joaquin Phoenix together, which looks cool. Lady Gaga has grown on me since A Star Is Born. So I'm giving her a little bit of credit. Her acting chops is all right, but
she's a decent looking woman, so
she got better. She got older. I think that's what it is. I was talking about this last night that I always have liked older women. Younger women have not always did it for me.
My man likes to go December relationships.
I think Lady Gaga did good in American Horror Story.
I didn't watch American Horror Story. I was not into that shit. My kids were watching it. I wasn't watching it at all. So if she did, she did. I mean, from what I saw in A Star Is Born, she was holding her own acting wise. And then that House of Gucci stuff, I seen little clips of it. She's actually acting pretty well, right? So I don't have a problem with her acting in a movie and taking over from Margot Robbie. Fine, Margot Robbie's played the character long enough. You know, she got more out of it than fucking Henry Cavill got out of playing Superman, or Ben Affleck got out of playing Batman. So
I'm still not, fuck James Gunn, but anyway.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even put that totally on James Gunn. I like James Gunn, but I don't give a shit about another Superman movie. I couldn't give a fuck about a Superman movie again to save my life because I still want a Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill. I don't give a shit about no other Superman until that is done. I really don't.
I mean, Ezra Miller get to stay, but
well, it's not even Ezra Miller is getting to stay. That movie, they sunk so much into that goddamn movie. That movie is coming out regardless. But I don't think it has the same problem that a Batgirl has, because I've seen that goofy bitch, Leslie Grace, jumped out there again, complaining about the fact that the Flash movie trailer came out and everybody was excited about that. And then they're trying to reignite this complaint department about, well, the Batgirl movie was finished and why didn't that come out? Because it was shit. Shut up. Go away. Nobody was asking for it. I don't want to see it.
I'm like, be glad they didn't put it out there because it would have sunk your career.
Look, you should be glad they didn't put that shit out there because you would have you would have been the next star on there deleting your Instagram or some shit like that. Because these goofy motherfuckers, casual fans nowadays don't have a problem jumping in your inbox and giving you death threats and all kind of shit. But apparently you want that kind of attention.
Batwoman?
Yeah, the Batgirl movie that was supposed to replace, have Michael Keaton in it, and she was taking over from Michael Keaton and shit. Nobody wanted to see that shit. Look, Barbara Gordon is a redhead white girl. She always has been. I don't have a problem with a ginger white girl. I really don't. Why the fuck are you turning her into some Latina to do all this other rainbow agenda bullshit that all the critics is upset that the movie ain't coming out? None of the fans gave a fuck.
Barbara Gomez.
Yeah, exactly. Gomez Gordon. I don't want to see that shit. I don't care. If you're not going to do it right, don't do it at all.
I mean, I'm okay with certain characters being white. I'm sorry, it does not offend me. If you're really so passionate about diversity, which I'm not, give me a good story over diversity any day. Why don't you make your own characters? You know why you won't? Because it takes work. And I remember this one chick, well, all the characters people know are white. I mean, yeah, but guess who started that industry? It was white people.
Yeah,
I said, I don't need that, you motherfuckers. When Milestone was coming out, how many of you motherfuckers brought the books in bulk?
Well, that was the argument I was having, Charles, with them dudes that was sitting there defending Val Zod against Icon and shitting on Icon, but praising Val Zod. Of like, that character was created by some white dude, but these are the characters created by black folks, and you shitting on them. You realize that, right? This don't make no goddamn sense.
I said, you got to remember, Milestone changed comics because they had some very deep and they basically stifle. They try to censor the static safe sex comic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you had to get that dust cover on it.
Yeah,
because apparently safe sex is a problem, but transgender and gay characters is okay.
Yeah, we got to teach black people how to have safe sex. No, we can't do that. But we can sure have.
You can have two dudes kissing on the cover, but you can't have a black dude and a black chick laying on the couch making out with condoms around.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Think about it. You have people forget the great stories between Icon and Rock and just being juxtaposed against each other's ideology. And she was a teenage mom.
Mm-hmm. Pregnant teen in the 90s, which was something we was dealing with. So that makes Rocket a fucking Gen Xer, which was a problem. It was not a virtue. It was a problem.
And it was not a virtue. It was an issue because if you went to high school in the 90s, which I did, and a few other people did, that was very scary because you knew life changed after that point. And a lot of single mothers and single parents struggled.
Oh, shit. Here you go. I got this brother coming up right now, and I don't have this on StreamYard yet. But this will be fun for y'all. Just so you know I wasn't bullshitting with him. Let me turn the light off. Here we go. Told you, Beastly. And here goes the Beastly Nerd. The danger room is open. Told you I did it.
That was awesome.
I thought you were going to hit him with the
But that'll give me a copyright every time, so no.
Yeah, that would get your flag for days because I wanted to do something like that on my own stuff. I was like, I don't want my shit copyrighted because I'm even looking at this beast that I have. I said, man, eventually I'm gonna have to change this shit.
I think it's bad when how the hell they copyright you when they basically said when they basically copied "I'm Your Baby Tonight" by Whitney Houston. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Look, I put it to you like this, Beastly. When I put this up, I'll give it to you. You can have this shit because I do it. Some of this stuff I do for fun. It was fun for me to do it. It's not much of anything, but you do your stream, you can have that shit. Just like I gave Charles his. I did that just because it was fun for me.
Oh, that was cool. Killer.
Yeah.
I think you were laughing too much at how much shit you
I
did.
was laughing so fucking hard when I was doing that. That's what made it so entertaining to me. That's what made it so fucking entertaining to
You're
me. I
like,
was
what
laughing.
is this nigga like?
Right.
Look, it's just getting into the process and knowing the people that you know. It's like it's for them. I do shit for y'all. It ain't necessarily about me. I can use it every time, but I made it for Beastly, so it's fun for him. AB ain't got one yet because I ain't found a good transporter video yet. They keep fucking me up with that transporter shit.
You know, you got to say engage.
Well, I say engage because I like Picard, but AB beaming in, so I gotta get Mr. Scott or something like that.
Oh my god, it's AB Meteor Man.
Yeah, it's too much content to go through to figure out which one I want to use for AB. And then AB is really vested in the new shit that I am not watching at all. So it could have been a cool scene in some shit, but I ain't seen it. I haven't seen it to be able to pull it out. Say, oh, I know this scene. Let me pull this one. This will be perfect. So he said, "Damn it, Charles! Now I can't get that out of my head." Yep. Well,
you're welcome.
Brain bleach is something somebody needs to invent.
You know, you're welcome. Now every time I tell people that the X-Men theme from the 90s was knockoff of I'm Your Baby Tonight, nobody can unhear it now.
Yeah, do Scotty. Yeah, Scotty moving 3 sliders on the transport console. Yeah, but here's the thing with Star Trek. It's always fun. Every time the transport looks different every time, right?
Yep.
Every movie, the transport change, how it looks when it transports.
Mhm.
Every sound is different for every time they do a different version of it. It's always different. There's some, and that's one of the things I always catch when I see Star Trek on television or on movies. That's one of the things I look at. What does the transporter beam look like? What does it sound like? Those are a couple of the things I look at. What does the transport pad look like? You know, so it's just a couple of things I had to work together. But I need a good idea for it before I rush off and do it. I need a good conceptual idea, then I'll do it and knock it out.
That's actually one of the things I like about the new Calvin timelines to transport the sound. It's a nice mix of the old and the new.
Yeah. I'm gonna make my transporter pad look like ovaries.
And everybody gonna fall on the transporter pad like semen, right?
Oh God!
Well, you know, it gives a new term of being beamed up.
Getting beamed up, like oh.
Like, oh man.
Speaking of which, I keep hearing news.
Make that sound.
Speaking of which, I keep hearing news. They keep trying to remake Star Trek 4.
Why?
The Calvin timeline.
They don't need another remake
It's an off and on process. Somebody starts, so they're gonna do it. They're gonna cancel it. Somebody cancels it again. I don't know what they're doing.
Where's the camera? Just drop it. I don't need another remake of shit.
Oh no! I'm surprised they. Go ahead, Beastie.
Some originality. Goddamn, where's the creative people at in Hollywood? Why do you continuously keep giving me remakes, reboots, and 30-year-old sequels and shit? Some of which are not good, by the way. Others are, but goddamn.
I mean, that's because
people are.
That's because fans are not writing the material. I've seen better fan stories. Like I remember they came out with the fan story of fucking Power Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Even the fan version of the fucking Panther Searching for the Other Thundercats was crazy. But you telling me you got this $1 billion budget and you give me some shit like this?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'll show y'all something right now that I watched this morning that is fan made. Just remember this when you watch it. It's fan made. Hopefully I don't catch a strike for this shit because I want the brother to get some shine. It came out 7 months ago, so this dude made it last year sometime, right? Let me throw that up there. Fair use, fair motherfucking use. We all on the screen. I'm not selling the shit. It's not mine.
No, we're doing the critique, so it's legal.
It's a critique, so here we go. Just watch the shit. Tell me what you.
What is so important that Megatron summoned me in the middle of patrol?
His orders were to make sure you arrive safely.
It's always another sad, futile plan to destroy the Autobots. If I were leader, we would be ruling the galaxy by now.
We have arrived. Just keep on going, boss.
What's going on here? Who dares?
I do.
Megatron? What is the meaning of this?
I'm evaluating my new upgrade Starscream. Seeing that you are Air Commander, I want you to be part of the assessment.
Part of the... Yes, Lord Megatron, but what would you have me do?
Your task is simply to survive.
Have you fried your circuit?
Let's see if you're as fast as your mouth.
You are a fool for fighting me in the skies, Megatron.
Is that all you've got? Idiot! Get the med base, Holder. We have a war to win.
Okay, where's the series? Like, now I'm interested in the goddamn series. Fuck you, Artisan.
Yeah, right. That was just fan made.
Yeah, that was a fan made. That was a fan made.
Like,
That,
I said the same thing. Charles I said, "Where's the show?
No,
this
yeah,
this is what I want to see."
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was thinking of like, this is a fan made. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm telling you, what's gonna happen though is somebody gonna steal the shit because that's what they're known for. They gonna steal the shit, tweak it, and make it all rainbowy and shit.
No, they better not. I mean, you
Mm.
gotta
Hold on, y'all. Let me get this joke in for Aquatech. He said, "Poor bird." It's a damn shame what they did to that bird. Hey, that bird dropped down there and was judging Starscream. He didn't want to hear that shit. That bird.
like,
Yo,
he's
look,
like,
man.
look, man, I get 5 lessons, my nigga.
Yeah, exactly.
Nigga. Like, oh man, I'm just looking at that.
You're gonna be
I'm
somebody.
looking at it. You saw the Panther one, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because that's what actual fans of the source material will give you. That shit was flawless. Like, I mean, fucking, if you would have told me that was fan made, I'd have cussed you out to call you a fucking liar to your face.
The only thing that made it look fan made is that there were some vocal inflections on Starscream's voice in the beginning that wasn't right. It wasn't the right tone. And then one of the targeting reptiles that it used was from another anime. And that was like it was Macross Plus.
Yeah.
That I remember.
Oh, you caught that? You caught that? Yeah. They're using different. I like the crossover stuff. That was pretty cool. But yeah, that was fan made. And shout out to them for just doing that. You know,
Awesome.
I think that's how sometimes they keep getting in trouble. They grab stuff from other things. So that was oh shoot. You know. But I had a call. But they cross over stuff so that way they can keep it in trouble. There's a lot of people out there doing fan made things. So that way, you know, they love it. If you're a fan of it, I saw a He-Man thing. I seen Thundercats. I definitely seen Transformers. Like, what if the Decepticons actually won? So people do stuff like if you won't build it, somebody else will. But I think it's probably better sometimes. You know, it's interesting story plot. I think even some writers even watch their fans make their own plots and stories like D&D because they're like, damn, I wanted to do that, but I didn't get approved to do it, and they just did it. So I gotta give them props for that. I actually
the other one that I saw that was really good like that was that Goku one with Broly and shit. That was awesome. I'm like, what? Fan made? Y'all better talk to Toyama or somebody. Like, what the fuck? Get some more money behind you, because this is what I mean about when people actually love this material, do the material, you see the love in it. That's what it is. That shit was about as accurate as being back in the 80s watching this shit, Charles. Like, damn, that was awesome. That was 80s anime to me. But I don't get that now. Now I get mostly cell shaded and CG'd stuff, and it's like it's not even as fucking good. Every character is fucking goofy as shit. But okay, whatever the fuck. You know, do what you do. Do what the fuck you do. I don't own it. You know, I'm just a person that's supposed to watch it and pay for it. You know, Aquatechi's such heroic nonsense. Yeah, he gave him that pose. But I like the capital line and say, get to the med base, soldier. We got a war to win. Like, wipe yourself off. Like, oh shit. And I did Aquatechi, I did see the Megatron IDW when he turned into a stealth bomber. I didn't like that transformation because stealth bomber is slower than her jet. I didn't like it. But I did like this one when he turned into the Nighthawk, F-111 or 117 Nighthawk. That was actually cool. Like, oh shit. Like, yeah, it'll catch you. Catch you now. He can get his ass now. But anyway, y'all muted up. Y'all gotta actually speak.
Yeah.
Well, Beastly, did you go see Quantumania yet?
Yeah, I saw it already. Saw it Friday after I got off work. Went home and then left. Went straight to the movie theaters. I was gonna try to catch it in 3D, but I was like, nah, I'm getting off too late. I was still cleaning up the after school room and caught like the 8:45 showing because I got there late for the 8:30 one. I was like, oh well, shit, they got one at 8:45. I forgot how long the damn previews were going to AMC. I'm like, dude, how many damn trailers is it?
I
That
missed
was
all the trailers. I missed all the trailers. I see. That was one of the reasons I was wanting to go back and see it outside of just wanting to see what it looked like in 3D. It was just I didn't need to see the movie again. I just wanted to see it again because I wanted to see what it looked like in 3D. So I saw what it looked like in IMAX. It's like, damn, this will probably pop in 3D. And I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know. But I still haven't went and seen it yet again because I was doing other stuff yesterday and Friday. But
yeah, but other than that, I thought the movie was okay. I mean, it wasn't bad. Like, I mean, everybody's like, oh, this is. I said it was all right. You know, the jokes was where they needed to be, where it needed to be jokey, and what I liked personally, what I was talking about when I was talking about letting them be a hero was the shit that I was talking about that they showed at the beginning of that movie where they was trying to clown him. I said, wait a minute, this man literally is the reason everybody is sitting here right now, because what he did, his idea about using the quantum realm for time travel, y'all gonna really shit on him for that because he wants to write a book about it. Not to mention he went to jail 4 times because remember he was sitting in the freaking what's the ship called where they put the superhumans for helping Captain America. I said, dude, he
was on the raft.
Yeah, the raft. I was like,
he went to prison a few times.
Yeah, I was like, this man and it was a noble cause. So it's like, why are we shitting on Scott and acting like what he did wasn't nothing? I'm like, come on now, like let's let him be the hero. But I did like the last part where it was more. You got to see him really try to kick some ass, and he wasn't playing. He was like, "Yo, Kane, you didn't hold up your end. You tricked me. Now I'm coming to kick your ass," which didn't work out for him, but still. And I do agree that reshoot might have been when Hope showed up and Porter Pearl, who really, in my opinion, between her and Michelle Pfeiffer, I don't know who was more useless because neither one of them heifers did anything.
Michelle Pfeiffer character was more useless, even though what did she do when she got down to the quantum realm? She summoned them a mantis or a manta to fly on, right? And then opened the door to the bar. But other than that, she wasn't giving them no fucking information, really. Okay, she told him how to drive this quantum ship, but how does she know that shit? That's why me and Dr. T was laughing. Was like, yeah, she had some chocolate. I'll say, oh yeah, Van Dyne was down there getting that Kang. She was getting that Kang ring. I'm telling you, he was fucking her.
Not to mention what happened to her powers that she got from being on there that she used to heal ghosts. What the hell happened to that?
Totally forgotten, right? Not there. But see, those powers were working in the real world from being in the quantum realm so long. Probably wasn't working in the quantum realm. It's like Superman being on Krypton. He ain't super on Krypton. He just regular. But he come to our Earth with the yellow sun. Now this nigga got powers and shit. Okay, well, take your ass back to Krypton. Same thing with her in the quantum realm. She ain't got no powers, but when she come back after being steeped in that energy of the quantum realm for 30 goddamn years, well, now she got a little bit of an ability. You know, she got a little something.
And then the stuff with Kang, man. Look, I ain't gonna lie. When he first had them locked in that prison, I felt like a child watching a Saturday morning cartoon. Like, how they gonna beat this supervillain? Because when he moved his finger and knocked MODOK ass back to the wall, I was like, oh shit, he's a problem.
That's what I like because that he is impatient in a sense. He was playing it as this dude is irritated and impatient, and he's trying to be really cool with them, but he is impatient. You don't have time for that shit. And he told him, don't be talking to my presence. I was like, damn, he did not like this motherfucker. It'll float your big bulbous head ass out of here. He fucking with you. He saved your life. He ain't fucking with you.
Now, the stuff with MODOK, I know people were tripping about the MODOK. The only thing I didn't like with the MODOK shit is how they had him interfere and try to help save everybody, help with the hero shit. I was like, nah, let his ass be the villain. Go kick his ass off screen somewhere and come back and deal with Kane. Him helping out, trying to stop Kane because Darren don't want to be a dick. So I was like, come on, man, let this motherfucker best be the villain.
Yeah, Darren was a dick. Okay, he was a dick. He was funny in the first Ant-Man and different ways and stuff like that. But you understood his whole thing in the first one was because he was trying to get Pym's respect. He knew Pym. He knew Hank was keeping secrets. That's what pissed him off about Hank. That Hank was keeping secrets and wouldn't tell him the information, even though he's there helping Hank the whole time. So that's why he decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna take the company over, cut you out and take the company over. Now you get to this third movie, it's the same shit, but now it's Janet keeping secrets from all the rest of them. Getting them all in trouble because you keeping secrets. If you would have told somebody what the hell was going on down there, nobody would have been opening up shit. Now, the part that I do think is bullshit is Cassie Lang sat around for 5 years reading Hank's journals and figured out this quantum shit. I'm like, bitch, please. You wouldn't even understand that shit.
That's what I said. I was like, oh, she built the portal to the quantum realm. I was like, how the fuck did that happen?
You wouldn't understand that shit. And yes, maybe, 5 years, 6 years plus later, after the blip and after Thanos is defeated and y'all hanging around and just being a family and shit like that, Grandpappy Pym helps you out a little bit on making something. Okay, yeah, I could see that happening, but you ain't figured this all out on your own, bitch.
No. Especially when you've never displayed an affinity for science.
No, because that's not how this shit works. I keep telling people this shit. Look, a chick fucking a doctor don't make her a doctor because she sucked his dick. That's not how this shit works. You have to actually put in the work to get that kind of skill. She has not gone to school like Hank has gone to school and been studying and doing this shit and developing a science all his own to be figuring it out just in 5 years because you read his Cliff Notes. Bitch, please. That's not how that shit works. It's not how it works. That's how it works for you to tell a speed version of a story to try to validate a character really quickly. That's not how it works. It's just not how it works. You'd have to put in the same amount of time. That's why I like Reed Richards, but I don't like Valeria Richards because I'm not believing this little girl who ain't lived none of the life of her, not stepfather, but her godfather, Dr. Doom, or her father, Reed Richards, is smarter than the both of them. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. What are you, 12? Shut up. You better say you got a mutant ability.
But they did.
Nobody.
Artisan.
Yes, sir.
Don't talk about the people who wrote Riri Williams and Wakanda Forever like that. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Oh, God. Yeah. It was better than that movie. I will say that.
It was a hell of a lot better than that movie, which I thought was pretty telling. I thought that was pretty fucking telling that it was better than Wakanda Forever.
And you had a dad actually being a dad and teaching something like when you had her when they're fighting and she's shrinking. He said you got to tap in here. He said I know. He said no, you don't know because you're not doing it right. I have to tell you.
That's a dad line. No, you don't know because you're not doing it. Because if you knew better, you do better, right?
Yep.
If you fuck it up, you don't know. And he checked her on that shit right there in the middle of it and told her what to do. And she didn't jump into that feminine shit. Stop mansplaining to me, Dad.
Yeah, and you saw when she went back and it didn't work. She said, okay, we tapped in. Then she tried
what did that say?
She did it 3 times, and on that 3rd time, she got it and knocked their ass. I'm like, okay, fucking finally, a dad shit.
Really. And I will say this though, while I like the character of Cassie Lang, I like Stature and Stinger, right? I do like that character. I thought it was cool she had a Chucks on with a suit. I was like, oh, so she got some super big Chucks. That was just a nice little touch. I thought was interesting. She had the Chuck Taylors on at the bottom of the suit. I was like, oh, you ain't getting the leather boots? You gonna rock the Chucks, huh? Okay. That's one way to do it. Gangster. Y'all on the West Coast. Okay, I guess you can wear your Chucks with your superhero costume. That's all right. Kang is more dangerous than Thanos.
In what sense?
I still say this, even though they've retconned Kang's backstory to give him some fighting prowess. I'm still not saying he's more dangerous than Thanos. Thanos is a universal constant. He has to be here. When you show me Kang without his technology surviving outside the universe in the void of blackness, just hanging out there and surviving, then I'll believe that motherfucker's a problem like that. Till then, no, he's not. Because you don't take nothing but a little trip to the negative zone or the negative verse, and pull Annihilus' ass out of there, and you'll see what's going on with Kang. Annihilus fuck his ass up. Annihilus was threatening the whole fucking galaxy. Not fucking around behind the scenes with the multiverse and time travel and shit just for his own self-aggrandizement. No. I don't think so. But that's a debate that can be had amongst, geeks and shit like that who know Thanos' history and his feats and Kang's history and his feats. Kang do shit for himself. It's just about him. And it's all technology based until recently. So that's why I don't like the backfilling, because they keep adding shit in there to make the motherfucker better. Like, he didn't need to let him be what he was. He didn't need that shit. Just because Jonathan Major putting a whooping on somebody in a movie don't mean you need to change the whole character to highlight that.
Yeah.
It's cool. He can be what he is. So I put Thanos over Kang. I'm just saying.
I got into a recent argument about that with an old friend of mine. He was like, "Well, Kang." I said, "Kang ain't never been that type of dude. You take his suit and his power and his ship and that little chair away. He's nothing without it."
Well, that's why I say it like that. Like, you take that away from him, and you take Thanos' weapons and his armada away from him. What you got? Kang getting his ass beat. That's the fuck you got. Thanos still winning. Okay.
When it comes to Thanos.
But Kang is more of a mental villain. He's winning because of his mind and using his technology as opposed to his physical superiority.
But see, that's the thing. Because he has that technology, that's what gives him the edge to fuck with people. Because it's nothing like saying, "Who are you? You just cut my damn costume. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back in time to when your parents or your great grandfather met, and I'm gonna snuff your whole family line out, and you will cease to exist." That's a threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a problem. But without that technology, he don't have that shit. He's not a threat. He's a regular fucking dude. Maybe from the future, maybe kind of smart, but he's still just a regular fucking dude. You can take his ass down with a paperclip through the jugular vein. What up, Skillmonger? Appreciate you using the super chat. He said, "Do you think Marvel will introduce Iron Lad?" Yes, absolutely. I think the character that was standing there at the end was Iron Lad, not this Scarlet Centurion shit that don't look red and don't look like that character. I would say that was Iron Lad. That's why he was talking so fucking fruity. But I could be wrong. Who gives a shit? Well, I guess we'll find out. But Iron Lad has to show up because the Young Avengers are there. He's one of those Young Avengers, so he's the one that's missing. Kang ties into the Young Avengers. He's one of their main villains for them. So the Young Avengers are there. You need the rest of the team. You still need Hulkling, Wiccan, and Iron Lad to show up. And you got Kang already. He's gonna have to show up. It's just a younger version of Kang. That's all it is. So he has to show up sooner or later. Maybe in a Young Avengers movie. I don't know. I'm just looking at this shit and, speculating. I have no insider knowledge. I just use my knowledge on the inside. Anyway. So what else y'all got? I'm looking at the time. 15 minutes. Yeah, let's run this for another 15 minutes because I gotta save an hour of space for fucking The Last of Us. Because that has not been disappointing me. That has not been disappointing. Getting Apocalypse run off Kang in Egypt. Yes. Kang got run off by the Fantastic Four.
Yes. That's why the fight that was more interesting to see in Secret Wars was between Apocalypse and Thanos. That was a much more interesting fight. Because you're talking about the first mutant versus, well, essentially they both are technically mutants, but with the powers that both Apocalypse has and the powers that Thanos has, that was more interesting. And so that's why I'm like, people still trying to put this Kang shit. I'm like, no, he's never been that dude. Settle down, people. Just make him that.
Yeah, he's been a problem, but he hasn't been. Look, his main feat for being a problem is time travel, and which is why I say I didn't see him doing no time traveling in this shit. The only thing I saw him do time related in Quantumania was freeze Janet Van Dyne in place. Other than that, he threatened it, but you didn't show it. So I don't believe you got a gun. Don't make me pull this out. I don't believe you got one because I ain't seen shit yet. So
he did more time travel shit in the Earth's Mightiest Heroes cartoon.
In the cartoon, yeah, he time traveling all over the place. They can't even lay a hand on his ass because he's bouncing in and out of portals and shit. So that's what I'm expecting, and that's not what I was seeing. I did see him kill a bunch of people. What that energy was, I was saying it was just his tech-based energy. But I heard some reviewers saying, "Oh, this is his time dilation power or some shit." Like, yeah, whatever the fuck.
That's like, what was that time shit when them ants rolled up on his ass?
Yeah, where was that shit? That time bubble wasn't helping his ass, was it? Because the ants was getting in there on that ass. She looked like a big sugar cube. No. Did Apocalypse run off Kang in Egypt? Yeah, he did. And you're right, because Apocalypse was there too. He was the one that Ramatut was fighting. He went after his ass because Apocalypse wanted Egypt. Pushed out that usurper, the non-pharaoh, fake pharaoh. If you think about it, Kang on some Booster Gold shit. He came back in the past to build his reputation, a shallow ego, trying to make himself better than he was. But in the MCU, they flipping this stuff up. They're talking about time travel, but they also talk about multiverse the whole time. And they're playing fast and loose with this shit so they don't have to explain it to you that time travel and multiverse travel is two separate fucking things.
Yeah.
Time travel is forwards and backwards. Multiverse is left to right. Right. I was explaining this to a resident's kids because the resident wanted to know what is a dimension, right? And the mother didn't know how to explain it to her. And I've been to these people's house a couple of times, and I'm cool with them. They're geeks, right? So I asked her, "Do you want me to explain it to your daughter? I love this conversation. This is really easy to explain." And I did, right in their fucking kitchen. I explained it to her visually so she can understand what's the difference between a dimension and what's the difference between time travel. Time travel is a front and back. It's not a side to side. You can travel sideways to a different universe or a different multiverse, right, or a different dimension. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're traveling at the same point in time. You should be traveling at the same point in time. But you could end up, I traveled left and ended up, 1950s, or I traveled right and ended up 2050.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whatever time frame that dimension is in. That's it. But I don't know. I always relate the shit back to Doctor Who. He travels through space and time. So he moves around through places. He moves around through time. He can move between dimensions. But you have to actually figure that out, so to speak. He's always in pretty much his one timeline. Kang is a simp. Not until Ravonna Renslayer shows up. But like I said in the beginning of the show, every man will have his one. There will be that one chick that you will kind of, fuck up yourself over. Simp for. Every man has his one. He just wants his one. Kang has his one. Fine. I'm fine with the fact that he has his one. It's Ravonna Renslayer. And Ravonna Renslayer in this MCU shit is a black chick. She got a nice ass too. So, get it. Get it. She has some nice lips. Not a problem. Kang considers Conan the Barbarian a potential threat. I don't think Thanos has that problem. Fuck no. Conan with a sword ain't a problem to Thanos. Look, this ain't how bad of a dude Thanos is. He got powers people don't even know about. He don't even fucking use. Never have to. Do you know Thanos has telepathic powers?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know that, did you? Because he didn't ever have to use the motherfuckers. You never get to that level with him. Shit.
Like the baddest ones never have to use they full out or go all out.
They don't have to go all out. Look, everybody knows Darkseid got a mega beams, but you don't know what else Darkseid got, do you? Besides big ass gray hands. Put on your bitch ass.
Just look at when he was fighting the Hulk. His main minion said, let him have his fun. Then you just saw him just lay weight to the Hulk. I was like, damn. I was like, okay, this dude's a problem.
Because Thanos is the mad Titan. Titans fight. He don't got a problem fighting. He don't have a problem getting hands. You're getting dirty. I told you, look, when you talk about Thanos, remember, you're talking about, in contemporary terms, you're talking about two different versions. You're talking about the comic version or the MCU version, which are subtly different, right? But even in the comic version, in the MCU version, Thanos will throw hands. And he will kill somebody fucking throwing hands with their ass. He can throw hands with the Hulk. Beast it up, Hulk.
He doesn't like it, but he will.
He don't like to do it because he's smarter than that. He know this motherfucker can be a problem the longer he keep getting his ass kicked. But he ain't afraid to go in on him. He'll go toe to toe with him. Like, come on, man.
You know what they say? You know, try Jesus. Don't try me, because I thought.
Yeah, try Jesus. Don't try me, nigga. That's gonna be a problem.
That's funny because I saw this new short. I guess it's the League of Superheroes with Supergirl, and they had a clip of her fighting Solomon Grundy. And she was holding her own till Solomon just said, "You know what, bitch? I'm gonna knock you to Monday." And the way it was, and the way Superman came in there to save her ass, I was like, God damn! Like he hit him, flying in, went up, uppercut him, grabbed him by his foot, and slammed him right back down. Like, God damn! Yep, time to be vicious.
Time to get vicious. I give Superman that. He can turn it up sometimes, and that's usually the thing that's more interesting when Superman finally decides he can go all out on somebody. Or at least, kick it up another level on their ass. Like, stop trying to preserve life and start trying to, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. Nigga, my S on my chest stand for super, motherfucker.
At the S on my chest.
George fighting dark side.
Kicking your ass.
It stands for strength, nigga.
Not hope. It's like hope I hold back on this ass whooping that I'm about to do.
He said, yeah, they hope on the front. The back says, I'd stop. Hope I stop.
They should give him a medallion he could turn over. The S means hope. But when you turn it upside down, it means I wish.
I wish.
I wish a motherfucker would.
I hope you didn't. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Just got a notification. Colleen Award just did a shooting video with Michael B. Jordan.
What's that?
Colleen Award just put out a video with him and Michael B. Jordan doing some shooting together.
Oh yeah, that's not a new video. But yeah, he trained with him before. He trained with Coleon, and then he trained with Terran Tactical for Killmonger. So the same dude that trained Keanu Reeves for John Wick, Michael B. Jordan trained with him for Killmonger.
Nigga, train with me. I need the money.
Yeah, so I saw that video on Instagram with him and Coleon, and they should be together because that's two brothers doing their shit.
They're brothers. They're shooting guns and they're colored.
Colored. Shooting guns.
Holy cow! You got two black men with guns. Call the police. I'm turning into my alter ego, Karen, man.
Oh shit! And Darren Anderson, I thought that was Charles at first, but I think it's my smoke detector just chirped. I thought I just heard a fucking chirp. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this is part of what I do all fucking day, fixing people fucking smoke detectors too. It's like, my smoke detector better not be chirping in this bitch. Mm-hmm. Yank your ass down right now. You better shut the fuck up. Get on your good game. That battery will be swapped immediately. Doing the new Rainbow Six movie. Oh, they're doing a Rainbow Six movie? Good. You might as well. He was in that other Tom Clancy shit, Without Remorse, right?
Well, nowadays you got to be careful listening to something called Rainbow Six.
Charles.
You got a movie section for that.
Charles.
They got a movie section on Pornhub for that.
Shit,
man. Don't watch that.
Not shit. Rainbow Six sound like Rainbow Sex.
Oh gosh.
All you need is one letter switched out and you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. One letter switches. You're fucked, sir. Oh, damn. I hope not. I like Rainbow Six as the game, like that squad based idea of running a team and getting to plan that shit out. That was always fun. That was always fun to me. That was that first PlayStation 2 game. I went and spent that fucking $70 on that bitch, get the headset and everything.
That was pretty good, especially when they had the when you had to go into the building and raid the building, or you're the kidnapper.
Yep.
I thought that was pretty cool, and remind me of a few things. I'm not an expert, but it reminds me.
Not an expert, but I got some experience in the field, downrange. Not an expert, but I got some experience with this shit. Yeah, I love somebody trying to tell you about shit you already lived through. No, Charles, that's not it. Really, nigga? What are you doing? What are you doing?
If you want to see that, see like my second from last video with Pookie.
No, you told me about that shit. I don't want to watch that shit because I got a view of Pookie in my head and I don't want to fuck that up too much more. So, I'm not going to let him fuck it up anymore. Like, I have a modicum of respect for you and I'm trying to hold on to that one. So don't make me lose it. Don't make me lose that bit. That'll be fucked up. Oh, no. But I understand. I was young. I wasn't that dumb before, but I was young before. So that's the problem. That is the problem. This is the movie I don't want to see. Lethal Weapon 5.
What? No. Tell me you're joking.
I'm not joking. That's coming.
What type of geriatric bullshit is this?
Exactly what you just said. Some geriatric bullshit. Like, who needs a payout? Who fucking needs a payout?
I'm too old for this. No shit.
I'm too old for this. Yes, nigga, you are. Why are you here? Who called for you? Oh my God. This must gonna be the handoff movie where they pull a Bad Boys 4 and hand it off to a younger generation.
Yo, Jet Li too old for that shit now too.
Yeah, but he had a condition that was making him look fucking ancient as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, my Rainbow Six is the new LGBT.
They just started. They just started shooting for Bad Boys 4. I was like, come on, man, what the fuck we going to shoot in this one?
Bad Boys 5? Should be 5 or 4? Is it 4?
4. It's gonna be 4.
Was the last one 3? I saw the last one.
Yeah, the last one was 3. Then they tried to do a spin-off series with Gabrielle Union and Jessica Alba, LA's finest.
No, I don't want to see that shit. That's right, because Gabrielle Union was like his sister that was an FBI agent or some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Much as
she was
and
she was like a lesbian, a bisexual.
Yeah, well, she can go do that shit without filming it.
Oh, so she plays herself.
Yeah, exactly. She can do that shit without filming it. I don't want to see that shit. It's good. I'm a simple man with simple taste. I'm a lesbian all day, but I don't need to see your bedroom activities. Just do it yourself. I'm not paying to watch it.
And they tried to do, because I watched it the first season. I was like, this is some bullshit. My aunt was liking it. She said, I like it. I said, this is some bullshit. This shit gonna get canceled. She said, no, it's not. And I showed her the article like sometime later. I said, told you that shit was gonna get. She said, why? I said, ain't nobody watching this shit. First, you're relying on the movies, the actual what Marcus and Mike did in the movies, because in the first episode, you do exactly what they did in the very first movie where they about to get robbed. They're in a damn convenience store, and the convenience store getting robbed, and they do the whole talking shit, and then they do the attack and the joke with a fucking joke, and then the thing like they do in the first movie. I said, that's the first movie all over again, except with chicks.
Yeah, like I said, they can't think of their own shit. They only want to copy what you did.
You know, it's fucked up.
Skillmonger said Rush Hour. They could do another Rush Hour. Jackie Chan is old, but Chris Rock ain't. So they could do another one. It's only Jackie Chan that's going to be in danger because he the one doing all the real fighting. Chris Rock doing the jokes.
You know, it's fucked up about that. Speaking of Jessica Alba, there's a show that should have, like, remember Dark Angel? That wasn't even half bad. But they put too much into one season. The 2 seasons they had, they could have stretched that out to 5.
Yeah, I remember Dark Angel. That's the get on for her. But Dark Angel was the prototype for Tatiana Maslany's show, which is what was it? It was not Black, Orphan Black. It's the same type of shit. One show to build up one young looking character, and then that actress went on to have a television career. The only one, or a movie career. The only one that hasn't worked for it yet is the Chloe Bennett off of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. shit. That's the only one that didn't work for yet. Because that's what you're trying to spin that shit off into is a movie career with Marvel. And people have to give a fuck about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to even want to see that shit.
They still got an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ew.
No, they want to bring. She's trying to campaign for them to bring that shit back.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Artis, what are your thoughts on them canceling Marvel? That new Ms. Marvel movie to come out again.
They didn't cancel it; they delayed it again.
I mean, delayed it. I'm sorry. That's what I
For
meant.
what?
Because, dude, no, look.
Nobody wants to deal with Brie Larson. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, here's my. I'll tell you why they delayed it, and I'll tell you why I think it's delayed. The reason I think it's delayed is because of Brie, right? She's probably having some problems, right? The outward reason why it would be delayed is look at the climate. Nobody wants to see that fucking movie. Iger and came back in there, kicked them in their ass, and what are they doing? It's not just that movie that's delayed. They delaying a bunch of shows too. They stretching this shit out. They are not going with this. Everybody is in lockdown. I need to be force fucking you with content every fucking 2 months. They stretching that shit out. No, you're going to get a movie or so a year. This is why I think the motherfuckers listen to the show. Because we said that shit. Look, you can give me 2 to 3 movies a year and I'm good. And what did Bob Iger and Kevin Feige come out and talk about this week? And what was it, Entertainment Weekly or whatever? Well, we're going to stretch it out to like 2 movies a year and something. Like, oh, well, that makes fucking sense. I don't need 3 movies in a year that nobody is watching, and there's so much content coming out that people just like, fuck it, I'm not even gonna watch that now because I gotta watch this other shit, or it's overlapping each other. And that's just between Marvel and Disney. I mean, Marvel and Star Wars. All the shit is overlapping, right? So they're trying to stretch that shit out. That's why the Marvels is delayed. So it gives people time to watch something, kind of take it in, see if they like it or not, and then get the next helping. Otherwise, you get, okay, I'm watching this show. I'm not really liking this, but here comes the next one. Fuck, dude, I'm really not interested in this one either because I ain't even processed the last one. No, they had to change gears from that. Everybody is sitting in the house during pandemic shit to change to the model that everybody is out now. We don't need to keep forcing streaming content like that. They never changed. And that's what they kept doing to get all the rest of this shit out. So Iger came in and told them to stop that shit. No, stretch it out. You know, it's like I've been telling you, I've been watching The Wire. Look, cut it. Cut it with some baking soda, nigga. We about to make this one brick 3. No, cut it down. And at least by that method, the content gets a life of its own for a while, right? Because, look, She-Hulk sucking so bad is one of the reasons Wakanda Forever sucked so bad. Why? Because you ran right out of that She-Hulk show into what? Wakanda Forever. And that shit, look, you already know how this plays out. Why did Solo suck? Because The Last Jedi sucked. And Solo came out right behind that bitch, right? And everybody who was pissed off about The Last Jedi, they didn't have but like a month or 2 to wait to turn around and shoot down Solo. Didn't have no time to wait. It was an easy target for them. They did the same shit last year with Disney Plus shows and shit. She-Hulk did the same thing to Wakanda Forever, even though I still don't think Wakanda Forever could have been saved. But it did the same shit. She-Hulk was so bad, people were so pissed off. The next thing you threw in front of them was Wakanda Forever. What do you think happened to it?
It sucked, especially when the content was beating woman power. All you basically in both shows shitted on men, and the only saving grace for this She-Hulk show was a comic book accurate Daredevil. And that was your best episode.
Mm-hmm.
Not her by herself, but
not her by herself. Her with a character people actually wanted to fucking see. You take Daredevil out the show, you don't have nothing really worth watching.
And then
what are you watching?
Even with the part, you always got to make these women like, okay, I might actually watch that bullshit movie. You're gonna tell me, even with the heart-shaped herb, and Baku been fighting for goddamn 30 years. Yeah, strength plays a part in fighting, but it's not the only part. It's also skill, because we have seen in many different iterations that a lot of strong people got beat.
Strong people get beat all the time. Hulk got beat.
So what was the purpose of her arm wrestling the dude, except to emasculate him?
Except to prove her dominance over him in a strength competition. I'm stronger than him, and I'm a little bit smarter.
And here's the crazy part. Why is every female you get on these shows and movies got to be some super scientist? That's not the character.
You know what I was...
And then on top of that, I'm going to just end it and I'm going to give it to you. I'm like, first and foremost, Sherry didn't go to the fucking pool to defend the title of being a ruler. Yeah, you would have to take the herb away, and guess what's going to happen? You're going to get your ass ran, your pockets ran.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying that shit forever. Like, look, I know Shuri was going to be Black Panther, but in an MCU sense, I don't see her ass going to the waterfall and not getting thrown off that motherfucker by M'Baku, because that was the first thing that would happen. Challenge Day, Coronation Day show up. Challenge Day is a Jabari, and he's showing up and tossing a little ass off the waterfall. No special powers, no suit. I'm your king. But that's why in the movie they put that part in there to actually answer that shit right off the bat, that she didn't show up, so it was a forfeit. So he became the king of Wakanda. She was just the Black Panther and free from the responsibilities of rulership, so she could just leave and go hang out in Haiti with her nephew.
Mm-hmm. You know what I was thinking though, Artisan, after watching that whole movie? It wasn't that I necessarily that I had a problem with Shuri's character, but I was like, the whole time I'm thinking she need to go find a man. Good Lord.
She ain't gonna find she gonna find a girl. They're gonna make her a lesbian.
Nah, I had a problem with that character because you took away one of the key factors of why people read Black Panther.
Black Panther?
Yeah, Black Panther.
T'Challa.
His intellect. I mean, the fact that, it's a black guy with intellect, you can't have those, right?
No, that's why I say that movie was a departure. That it must have been a gun to Ryan Coogler's head to do that fucking movie like that. Had to be a gun to his head, because the only people happy about that shit is Victoria Alonso and Louis. But everybody else is like, yeah, but
nobody likes that fucking movie.
People watching that shit on Disney Plus right now and calling me about, damn, this is kind of bad. I fucking told you. You think I was just shitting on it to shit on it? I don't do that.
The premise alone was fucked up. You should have recast. I mean, yeah, we love Chadwick, but god damn it. Yeah. As soon as fucking Christopher Reeve fell off that damn horse, even though by then he was probably too old to play the part anyway. I mean, shit, they were looking.
Still showed up as Dr. Swan in Smallville in the chair and everything.
Had everything.
Margot Kidder was there too. So what's the problem?
I mean, the motherfucker who played his girlfriend in Superman 3 was his fucking mother.
Annette O'Toole. Yeah.
and I got an earful one. I told you when my people went to go see that movie, they was pissed. Because I'm gonna tell you, my aunt, when she saw that shit, like I didn't know she had saw that movie, the first one, 5 times. because it was like a really big deal for her and all, and like her friend went and saw the shit 6 times. I was like, God damn, when y'all go see this movie? We just kept going back. So for her,
get the numbers up on it, like they trying to do their part. Like, yeah,
so they was so my aunt was really pissed because she came back from the movie theater shaking her head. She was like, "They should have just recast." I said, "I told you the movie sucked. Like, what did you expect?" She was like, "Oh," and then you going because the way she broke it down, because I was like, but yeah, I like that people don't understand the importance of why they should have just recast that character and not do what they did. Not only do you kill his character off in the damn universe, so it's like, so there's no way we can bring this shit back, but then we already having conversations about bringing Angela Bassett's character back. How does that work?
Why?
You got to look at it like
yeah.
this.
Why does Queen Ramonda need to come back for what?
Her story arc was done. I mean, you got to think about it. You already hear people say we don't have enough black representation. You have a classic black character in comics, and you don't support him. This is the reason why every time I look at this shit and I say it's a joke. When Black Panther, the first movie came out, guess what? The book was the #1 selling book for like 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what happened? You motherfuckers didn't support it, so it died off. Now you're trying to say, well, we need some more representation. You know what they're going to tell you? Fuck you. We tried to.
You try to get you representation. You want to kill that character so you can get your own version of representation in there, which means you don't want representation. You just want more women in the shit. Well, fine.
And I mean,
but don't be mad when shit sucks.
And it doesn't help that people are defending the decisions that they make. Oh, they honor Chadwick. I said, no, the fuck they didn't. To honor him would be just to recast the damn character.
They paid some homage to him. They paid some lip service to him, but I don't see it as honoring that character. Honoring that character is recasting that movie and having a new person come in to play the Black Panther to honor that character and keep that character going forward. Don't tell me I'm about to wait around for a number of years to watch his son grow up and come and be T'Challa 2.0.
Oh, this is T'Challa again.
Mama raised, no daddy evolved, and that's going to be my new Black Panther. Go fuck yourself. That's not what I'm looking for. Black Panther has a lineage that I respect, because that's why you know it. If you don't know T'Challa, you know a T'Chaka.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Father to son.
And what's worse is everything about that movie, it just screams the worst part of the black community. Okay. Single motherism. Why would you? I told people who try to defend this movie, why in the fuck would T'Challa literally went back to the spirit realm, the ancestral plane, to ream his father a new ass for leaving Killmonger, only to do the same shit to his son to say he doesn't want the pressures of the throne? Nigga, you got me in Haiti and you living in a palace. I mean, I love
all
Haiti.
kind of earthquakes and fucking hurricanes and shit,
and poverty. That doesn't make sense. Like, here's the fucked up part, right? This whole time, why isn't he raised with his culture? Now you just built Killmonger 2.0. It doesn't make literary sense. As an artist and as a writer, it doesn't make sense. You could have had him come up there and just said, he comes back from the blip. What? Okay, now him and his father has to, reunite. He has to teach him the way. But nope, you stole all that shit just to put some bullshit girl power and a fish man with wings on his ankles.
That was the original story, Charles.
I know. No, that's why this movie sucks, and that's why I'm sorry. When I love it when they make these movies. You know why? 2 things. It shows that women really suck as heroes when they're not done well, and 2, when you go so far away from the source material, nobody's gonna like it. There's a reason why it's iconic in the first place.
Facts. The reason why you want to even use it because you know it's popular. It's popular because it was actually written well the way it was, not because you got your hands on it and decided to jazz it up. Why don't you stick to the source material? Excuse me. And stop trying to give me your abridged version of bullshit that is not proven to work.
By the way, folks, that wasn't a sneeze. That was his version of Shazam.
Yeah, I didn't change any shit. But a prickly throat, motherfucker. Shout out to Detroit 313 for hitting me on the super chat. Appreciate you. I will give you that 3B. All right. No more doing drive-bys. No more doing drive-bys. Yeah, fish fingers and custard ass. I just deleted a picture of them more off my shit. And I'm realizing I just deleted it. That probably is going to fall out of the damn review for Black Panther, but I don't give a shit. I don't even feel like putting that fucking review out.
You know, and
It's
I love
the three movies I don't feel like putting out in this: Mortal Kombat and Black Panther. Both of those reviews are like an hour and some change in length because I'm pissed off. And that's why.
What's so fucked up about Black Panther 2 is that they were body shaming them more.
Yeah, whatever.
I was like,
body shaming, you shaming somebody that you don't like. That's why you don't listen to these female ideas of what you're supposed to be believing, what you're supposed to be saying. That's why you don't say shit like toxic. That's why you don't say shit like body shaming and body positivity shit. That's all female fucking terms, dude.
Not true.
I had to tell a coworker that. I said no, but she's like, well, what do you have against full figure women? I said, do you have a day? I said, how tall are you? I'm 5'3". How much you weigh? 208. I said, you damn near weigh as much as a Hall of Fame running back. I said, what man wants a woman so goddamn big that you basically are bigger than a man your size, your height? And
5'3", 200 something pounds. That's a fucking oompa loompa. What does anybody need with a tugboat anchor?
And I said, and I don't care how big your ass is because I already know you got so many stretch marks. I could find myself to Wisconsin from just.
It's not a big ass if your stomach match it.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
big ass if your stomach matches it. So if you just as big in front as you are in back, you don't have ass. You're just fat.
Yeah, it's like big titties on a fat chick is like skinny. It's like abs on a skinny nigga. It doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Yeah, like a skinny nigga. You're supposed to see your real nigga. Shut up.
Like I got abs. Not from working out. It's from malnutrition.
I tell you what the problem is with the full figure woman. I tell you the problem. I don't want to be in the at the doctor's office getting your damn insulin and having you shoot that shit up because you got fucking diabetes or all the other shit that come with it, all of the heart problems and the high cholesterol and all the shit, the risk of strokes and heart attacks and all the other. And by the time you 50, you're probably in a damn box somewhere because last time I checked, ain't no damn fat senior citizens.
I just say this, just being a man of the world. There's a big difference between rubbing a woman's stomach and feeling it be thin and firm, and rubbing a woman's stomach and feeling it being jiggly and round.
Jigglypuff.
It's different. If I'm a dude, right? I'm a proud lesbian. I like women. If I'm gonna buy a chick some lingerie, there's a difference in size. There's a difference between buying a medium and buying a large. There's a difference. Even the people that make panties know that shit. So don't think that everything is the fucking same. I don't give a damn if you get the same thing in the same color. It's not for your size for a reason.
No.
Yeah.
Different materials and everything that
Well, Malika, we got the cinephilic brother in here. I'm glad you came up here, Malika, because I could tell you about a movie you should go watch.
What's that?
It ain't came out yet, but it's coming. But it's Operation Fortune, starring Jason Statham, directed by Guy Ritchie.
Oh yeah, I saw the previews of that one.
Yeah, I'm going to see that shit. Yeah, I'm going to see that shit. Yeah. I fucks with Guy Ritchie. I'll go see
that other Guy Ritchie movie with what's his name? What was the actor that played Mysterio?
Jake
Jake
Gyllenhaal.
Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, it's a war movie, a Palestine. Like, he's in Palestine, and he has a interpreter who works for the kind of Palestinian resistance, and it's based on a true story. And Jake Gyllenhaal, he works for the NIS or the NSI, and it's like this little insurgents thing. Jake Gyllenhaal's trying to, and he gets knocked out, and his interpreter saves him, and he drags Jake Gyllenhaal like back, nurses him back, takes him across the desert like for 24 or 48 hours, and takes him back where he has to go. But for him doing that, this guy, him and his family is like going to be killed by the Palestinian government. So Jake Gyllenhaal says, I got to go find this guy and I want to go save him. And they said, the government's like, we can't allow you to do that. No, man. We just here to be observers. So Jake Gyllenhaal goes in dark, and he goes in and he goes to save this guy, and it shows him and this guy. They're trying to get him and his family down. It's kind of cool. And it's like, this is something like very, very different. Like you would see what Guy Ritchie would do. He's doing like a modern day kind of war flick. Kind of like how the way Guy Ritchie's doing like Sherlock Holmes. So like, really, he's doing kind of like a period piece, but then it's like, okay, it's not bad. It looks pretty cool though. So
okay, I have to check that one out. Skillmonger saying Richard Belzer passed. Oh shit, Ice-T gonna be pissed.
But Belzer been looking bad for years, man. I think he was battling cancer though, man. He was looking bad for years.
He's pretty up there as far as I know, unless he just one of them dudes that look old as fuck.
Can I touch on this body shaming thing that you guys said? I remember these young girls when I was in college, and they were talking about, why do you guys like in comics have to deal with the chicks with the big tits and big ass? It's because that's what the fuck we want and turns us on. It's not we're not worried about body shaming. You got a bunch of nerds and a bunch of geeks. Do you think a bunch of nerds and a bunch of geeks want to see a bunch of skinny, fat, nerdy chicks? No, it's about seeing a chick that has a big fat ass, big tits, waist that's there. Just think of the guys. It's about fantasy. I asked the chick, is your fantasy a fat guy with a little dick or a nice guy with a nice body and a big dick?
Oh shit. Because that's why I don't get into that body shaming shit, because it doesn't work the other way. You don't see them trying to promote fat dudes.
Nope.
Like this new chick that's gonna be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. She's supposed to be like a body positivity model, and they showed her pictures, her swimsuit pictures, and she all over the place, and she got rolls and belly and shit like that. Talking about how she and all that shit. And I'm like, let me finish for a second because we got to wrap this up. And I'm sitting there looking at her. It's like, if she didn't have a cute face, she wouldn't be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. But I don't look at Sports Illustrated in the swimsuit edition to see a chick with a bunch of fucking rolls. That's fucking stupid. That's not my thing. Why don't you do that shit on Ms. Magazine or some shit like that? Why do you need to be on Sports Illustrated? A book, a magazine designed for people who are fit and play sports, for your fluffy ass to be sitting up there trying to lay around and be, I believe I'm sexy. Good, believe you're sexy.
Exactly.
Get off the cover of the Sports Illustrated.
I just thought about that. Yeah, it is Sports Illustrated. And in the sport, you have, oh, my bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I thought you was finishing.
Yeah, no, Sports Illustrated. It's on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. Yeah, it is Sports Illustrated. You kind of need to be in shape to play a fucking sport.
I don't see fat dudes on the front of Men's Health. I really don't. I don't see fat dudes on the cover of Men's Health magazine. You can't sell me shit with a fat person on it, except ribs.
Maybe maybe a Santa Claus. Maybe a
Santa Claus,
a jazz singer, maybe.
Yeah, what?
Can I say something? This past Valentine's Day cover of Essence magazine, the digital version, they had John Majors on there, right? Mm-hmm. And they're showing him throwing roses and he buffed the nude. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna ask you this question: Who do you think black women would love to see, John Majors or Anthony Anderson? Not knocking Anthony Anderson because he lost a whole lot of weight, but who do you
Why
think
did
they
he lose all that weight? Why did he lose
exactly?
all that weight? Because Hollywood was hating on his ass. It was body shaming the fuck out of him. That's why he had to lose all that weight to keep getting roles. He was too fucking
He had to
big.
lose them roles to get some roles.
He had to lose the
He
roles
lose
to get
roles
the
to
roles.
get the roles.
Like
To get better roles.
here's my joint, right? And it was like when I talked to my coworker when she talked all this bullshit.
You borking out, Charles.
Yeah, you broken out, bro.
Yeah, I got him. Yeah, you got some bullshit in the background. Go ahead, I did then AB.
No, but it's just funny because what cracks me, I think I told this to you, Artisan. My best friend's foster sister set me up with a blind date like years ago in my like late 30s, in my early 30s. And it was with a chick that was a fat chick. And we went out on a date and it was cool. And she wound up saying, well, what do you think? I said, she all right. She's like, well, what do you mean all right? You know, she's cool. I said, she all right. And she knew what it mean. The all right was like, she said, well, woman, like you need to like expand your horizons. I said, my horizons expanded like an eagle going over the Grand Canyon. I'm not into big women. Well, you need to do that. I said, that's funny. I said this to her. And this was a red pill awakening. I said, you know what's funny? That pendulum only swings one way. That's funny because you're telling me I should accept somebody that I don't want to or not into. I said, I'm not disrespecting. I said, that's just not the type of women I'm into. But the funny thing is, as a woman, you can disrespect, turn down all different kinds of women. He's fat, he's short, he's broke, he's rich, he got a crooked eye, he walk with a limp, his hem ain't to this, everything is this, you know, he got a hangnail, everything you can say under the sun. But if we as men say one thing is wrong, and because certain things we don't like, it's something that we have to do. It's something that we don't have to do shit. And that was just the thing. I said, no. And I remember I told my buddy like that, and he started laughing. He says, I know. He says, what you doing? But he broke it down. He says, they're basing their argument on emotion. You're basing it on logic because men is the same. We like what we like. Yeah. It is what it is.
I mean, I figured that shit out for me. I figured it out a long time ago because I always say that everybody got a fat chick in their fucking closet, right? Because that's the only person that wants sex as much as a horny teenage boy. Right. So I figured that shit out a long time ago that it didn't work. My dick was not interested in no fat chicks. Now we could be friends, we could be cool, we could make out, you know, touch on the dick, all of that shit. But it wasn't interested when it came down to fucking. When it came down to fucking, that didn't do it for me. It didn't. There is no point in my spank bank where some big chick is in there. And anytime it actually came up, I wonder what the fuck was wrong with me. Because for whatever god awful reason, in my 30s for a time, Rosie O'Donnell made my dick rise, and I still don't know what the fuck that was about. I really don't know. I really don't know. It was something in the league of their own that made my dick rise.
You sure that was then and now?
It was a league of their own. It was something in there that made my dick rise, and I got really freaked out about that shit. I'm serious, but it ain't happened since. I can tell you that much. But I don't have a problem with a woman having a little fluff on her because women, you know, will fluctuate with their weight. But it's how that weight is distributed over a body. I'm not fucking with no big fat messy chicks. You can fuck that. That's not what it is. There's a big difference between being fat and then having some weight on you. There's a difference. There's a huge difference. Morbidly obese is not attractive to me. I don't see why anybody is sticking their dick anywhere around them. I really don't. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to give her some incentive to do something better and live a healthier life, just like a fat dude would not be getting no Nicole Murphy with his big fat sloppy ass. He wouldn't be getting that. No, you better get your ass to the gym and get on your purpose. Maybe you can catch it with enough money wrapped around your neck. But look, Biggie Smalls wouldn't have had faith if he wasn't famous.
Exactly. But then you gotta realize Tupac fucked her. Why would you think she would fuck Tupac? Come on.
Exactly.
And what pisses me off, because into this day and time, because of this woke culture and all this bullshit, you have Lizzo actually thinking and pushing it twice to think that she can get Chris Evans.
Oh gosh.
And like the delusion of like, for real?
You was
I had
trying to be
somebody,
nice.
I had somebody try to defend Lizzo to me, and I really just looked at them and said, "You need to stop. You are not convincing me that that chick is anywhere near attractive. There is nothing you can tell me about that chick being attractive. The only reason Lizzo gets any kind of points from me on any kind of scoreboard is the fact that bitch can play a flute. That's it. That's all. And
The
I didn't
actual
know that
instrument,
until
not the skin one.
other than that, I find her fucking disgusting. And that
Yeah.
what she does is fucking disgusting. And I find it disgusting that people prop her up and keep, yeah, you go, girl, you go do that. No, bitch. I don't need to see it on TV. Do that for your man somewhere. I don't need to see that shit on TV. That's disgusting. Because I don't see them propping up fat white chicks like that. I don't
No.
see them propping up fat Asians like that. I don't see them propping up fat Latinas like that. It's only black women overweight that they want to prop up and put on TV like that. Fuck you. No.
Because you know
Anytime
why?
they do with the
It's
white,
that,
well, let me just like, anytime they do it with the white characters, eventually they get wise and start losing weight. Last time I checked, your funny fight fat white chicks, they all started losing weight. Rebel Wilson just lost a fuck ton of weight. What's that chick? Melissa McCartney just dropped some more weight. Now that's it.
Because she got tired of being the fat goof for a while and making her money off of it, and then she decided to lose weight. Even Missy Elliott lost weight. I mean, what the fuck? Look, I'm tired of these images of black folks having to be fucked up, fat, sloppy, and all the rest of this shit, and women going along with the goddamn thing because they just want to get some attention. Look, man, stop being so thirsty for that shit.
but also, you know what also plays into, y'all? That plays into the mammy stereotype. It's the modern day mammy stereotype where you see like, remember when Dr. T, we were talking about like in today's media, there's still these stereotypes that you'll still have out. You know, what's the act? Winston Duke. He's the buck.
Yeah.
You know, everybody from Pam off of Martin, from Aunt Esther, you know, even Anthony Anderson's wife and his daughters are the Sapphire characters. You know, but it's just modern day stereotype with the spin where we see that. Lizzo is the mammy type. So but the thing is, they love to put us out there because they love to see, oh, it's controversial, it's good, but they know
they just like to see black folks doing bad.
Exactly.
See black folks doing bad, looking bad, and acting reprehensible. So everybody else can look and point their fingers. Like, see, I told you that was fucked up.
Exactly. It's like you want to be. It's shameful how many black women love that insufferable, loud, obnoxious, complaining mammy archetype.
Yeah, that's what people believe that black women are. I mean, look, I told y'all before, I date interracially. So how ridiculous do you think it is to me to date an Asian chick that's Americanized and she wants to act like that? How irritating do you think that is to me? And that's how they think they're supposed to be relating to me as a black man. No, the fuck it ain't. I don't like that from black folks. I damn sure don't like your fucking representation of it. No, that's why I get so fucking incensed about this shit, because I see where it goes to all the rest of these races. They emulate that shit. They believe that's what we are because they only half the time they only know us through fucking television. They don't know us from hanging with us and being around us. They only know us from what the fuck they see on TV, what celebrities that are out there. If you leave it to TV to tell you, every 20-year-old is Little Yachty. Or excuse me, the little dude that was twerking on the devil and shit like that. That's what every one of the black kids is to them. Because they don't know any. Little Nas X, thank you. That's what they think. Because it's absolutely ridiculous to see how much people imbibe black culture and people from outside of black culture imbibe this shit, buy the videos, buy the books, watch the TV shows, all that shit harder than black folks. And the shit that you keep putting in the media is all these fucked up fat ass women and these belligerent, ignorant ass Negroes. That's irritating as shit. That's because that's what they take in. They take that to be you.
That's why you can't get mad at a bad baby.
But then the funny thing is, that's why people. I remember somebody said, "Well, why is Lil Nas X and what's that? Got Billy Porter? why are these guys getting so much play? I said, because I said an effeminate black male is not a threat.
Yeah, and I keep saying that to people.
I said the
Can't threat to
more
nobody. He a food item.
yeah, I said the more he is displayed, he's not a threat. Like oh God, help me out. The black actor that played Chris Rock's father and Everybody Hates Chris.
Terry Crews.
All right. Now remember when Terry Crews had that incident with that one? He said that one white producer stuck his tongue out and felt him up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And people were saying, well, that was your fault, Terry, because you played that coon and you would dance around and
that little gay dude,
play around like all that stuff. And like when the Expendables was out, you was joking around. You took off your shirt and you had this little bikini top on. And you danced around. I said, why, you'll do that for fun, but you gotta understand, white folks are looking at you like, okay, we'll see how far he's going to go. Is he going to go this? And if he does that, if he can touch him and do anything, that was people were saying that touching and that licking of the tongue, that was the induction to see, are you going to come in? And if he did, Terry Crews would have been a bigger star than he is now.
Well, that was the same thing I said about Lil Nas X when he said he was going back to dating chicks and stuff like that. I said somebody finally tested his ass. That's what happened. I said he ran up on somebody. They wanted to see how gay his ass really was, and he wasn't ready for that shit. That's why he came out talking about he was going back to chicks. He was good with chicks again. Said, "Oh, really, nigga? You was just doing that shit to get on, and somebody finally pulled your card on that shit. Like, you don't have to prove how gay you are." To me.
But see, it always goes back into
put another X on that for you.
Yeah.
Like, nah, bro.
You bought X's, Little Nas triple X.
Mm-hmm.
But it always goes back into what I said about the representation. Look, if y'all don't get what the fuck's going on today, this is the reason why it was important to see a black man as Black Panther. We don't want Val Zod. We want that staunch conservative.
We want Icon.
Funny because when you look at Hollywood, black people can only play two things. At first, the stereotype was the black man was always scared and bucking his eyes.
Well, Rochester character.
And then if the stereotype became the thug or the drug dealer or the pimp. So what the fuck do you think we thinking right now when you can't see a black heroic figure and he gets outdone by his fucking female counterpart?
The little sister with no trainer.
Think about this. This motherfucker was going toe to toe with one of the best fighters in the MCU, Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Help save the world. Help save the world. Took down a Hydra agent. And somehow, because she takes a fucking herb, she has the skills to go against a motherfucker that's 500 years old.
And you know what the whole funny thing is? You said something, the past tells us everything. In the last two Avengers movies, and especially in Endgame, Captain America was doing his best to fight against Thanos, and he would have fought to the death. And Thanos probably gave him props that, okay, yeah, he did fight to the death. Like you said, her brother held his own against two guys that had super soldier serums, and one had a shield and the other one had a bionic arm. But somehow you would know, or little itsy-bitsy training with your little kitten mittens that has the little phasers in them, fighting a big hybrid Latino fish man who just wiped out half of your people.
Hey, no, it's what do they call fish in Spanish? I'm sorry, I can't remember the word, but I'm making a joke in my head that's making me laugh. Go ahead. sorry.
But the funny thing is, I'm like, but the thing is, this is what cracks me with women. Like, when we go back, but Sheila, I said, I don't care. Or somehow the herb just gives you abilities and you can fight and you can do stuff where, T'Challa was trained. There was no showing that really that was Suri ever really trained in the comics, yeah.
No, she was trained in science. Look, everybody has a specialty, right? And for it to be your specialty, you have to devote yourself to it to do it. T'Challa devoted himself to being king one day. That's why he was prince, and he stepped into being the Black Panther. Okoye dedicated herself to being a Dora Milaje. She's trained, right? What did Shuri dedicate herself to? What was she?
The head scientist in Wakanda.
Not fighting. Not fighting. So even with the herb, she still should have got her ass kicked. She should have been down there looking like Ant-Man, getting beat the fuck up. Like, I don't know. I got the heart-shaped herb. What's wrong? Because you ain't did all the years of training your brother did.
Not to mention, when you're dealing with powers, you need to learn how to control your powers in the beginning. Otherwise, you can fuck some shit up. Like, what do we know about Spider-Man? We know Spider-Man holds back a lot of his power. We didn't figure that out until like when he broke into the prison. He said to threaten the Kingpin, and Doc Ock figured it out in Superior Spider-Man. Said, "Oh, he's holding back. One punch, he can knock somebody's head off." And so, for you to not have that training or the discipline,
what does Superman do? Hold back.
Yep.
Superman don't cut loose all the time. He hold back. He ain't hitting everybody with the full gusto. No, he holding back most of the damn time.
See, but that's the thing.
Holding back is too much for most people.
See, that's the thing with us men. We understand that, but women, but especially Black women, don't understand what power comes with great responsibility. They're like, "Oh fuck, let's just do what the hell we want to do and fuck shit up." That's why the Black community is in the disarray. That's the way it's at.
Look, I just had that power conversation with my younger cousin because we was kind of grappling a little bit, and I was like, he was getting the better. He said, "See, I'm winning." I said, "No, because I'm holding back." He said, "I'm only giving you like 3%. He said, "If I really wanted to, and I did, I amped it up to about 10, 20% and just pinned his ass down." He was like, "I can't move." I said, "That's because I amped it up." I said, "Now you see why I hold back. Because if I unleash the full," but he said, "You ain't Goku." I said, "Pretty much am, bro. With this martial arts shit, I pretty much am."
I did that with my son, and that's what I was having a conversation with my friend last night. We were talking about these kids running amok and not being able to be controlled by their mother, who was a lot smaller than them. I said, because you need a man in the house. Men tamp that shit down. Because as strong as your teenage son is, you as a grown man should be able to subdue his ass or remind him about the balance of power in this motherfucker. You need to calm the hell down. You ain't gonna be rising up on everybody in here. You might go outside and kick some kids' ass your age, but you ain't kicking nobody ass in here. And I've done that with my son when he was younger, that I would go hard on my kids because how I was raised, I wrestled with my older cousins and shit like that. And they went hard. So it wasn't no crying. It wasn't no, "Oh, go easy on me." Nah, nigga. You want to be in here wrestling with the big dogs? Get in here with the big dogs. You're going to get big dog ass whoopings. So that's what it was. So that's what I did with my kids, but I tempered it a little bit, right? I would let him feel the strength and let him feel that humility of that submission. Like, okay, I can't get up. He could actually crush my ass. Yes, I could. But I'm not going to because I actually love your ass. But somebody else out here don't. They don't love your ass. They ain't raised you. They ain't popped out their nuts at one time. So don't worry about it. They're going to go all in. So understand that when you start getting into situations. They ain't got no love for your ass. I do. That's why I'm not going to hurt you. But I'm going to let you know you're not going to be doing this shit with me. That's who you're not going to be doing it with. Fuck that. Because if I get too old, I will fuck you up. And like Bill Cosby said, I can make another. Because you came out of my nuts. I ain't came out of yours. Just the way it is, nigga.
See, but we can't put that in a movie now. Because if we're saying, "Oh, that's toxic masculinity," yes, it is.
I don't use that shit. You know what's toxic? Women thinking they can tell men how to be men.
Yep.
That's toxic. Oh, yeah. That's toxic. A woman trying to compete with a man being a man. Like, I was watching Kendra's video today about that chick that was in the gym on the squat bar and wanted help, and no man would come and help her ass. I'm like, well,
I
why
saw
is
that
she
video.
in there squatting wrong? Why is she in there squatting wrong? Get the fuck out of there. And something Kendra said was facts. And I put a comment on there, said, yes, bring back curves. Because me personally, I'm a Gen Xer. I remember big weightlifting gyms was places where men hung out.
Yeah.
Weight watchers or curves, or like she was saying, or some other place, in shape, some other place. I don't need your ass in there doing all these thrusting, butt lifting, cooch stretching exercises in the gym in front of me, and then mad because people looking at you. Get the fuck out of here then. Take that shit into the aerobics room. You don't need to be out here where the free weights are doing this. I need to do my cooch lifts, and he's looking at my ass. If you worried about all that shit, take your monkey ass somewhere else.
But the thing is, she wants us to look at
Everybody
her
on the world has eyes. Pretty much everybody in the world has eyes, and everybody can fucking see. If you jump out there in this skinny ass spandex shit and doing some ridiculous shit in the gym, people are gonna look. Even me as a man, I run in there with some old school 1980s tight fucking nutters, little tight running pants and shit like that, and I'm in here doing these squats and that shit. Niggas will be in there looking at me like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Who is he? I was in there just running around on a treadmill and oiling my chest and shit like that. They would be like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude? Somebody get him out of here.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not just that.
Look, if you're doing something ridiculous, so shut up.
Look, two times I've been in the gym and I've been sitting there on the damn bench, and it's like the leg station right in front of me. Tell me why twice 2 different women put their ass directly in my face and bent over.
Because that's what they do.
Wow.
Why do you don't like going to the gym? I don't like going to the gym because between certain times at the gym, like if you go at PM or something like that, especially on a Friday, it is a fucking meat market. And why is it a meat market? Because every bitch with matching outfits, tennis shoes, and spandex, and top, and towels, and shit. No, let me just do this and do this. Nobody's in there to fucking work out. They're in there to be fucking seen. Look, I got an hour. I need to get on here, get my reps in, and get on to the next thing. You hold me up with all this fucking posing and picture taking shit.
And chitty
This
chat.
is not a photo op. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all want a date? Go to the juice bar. Get the fuck off the equipment.
Exactly.
Like, I'm in here to sweat, get my workout on, and get the fuck on with my day. I ain't got time to be waiting for you with all this dumb shit. Oh, he's find me. Get the fuck away from me. I will get real in my fucking alpha mode on that shit. They're like, bitch, get on. Bitch, get on. I don't need you in here. This is where we work out shit before we go see y'all. I don't need you in here too. Fuck off.
Look, that's why I know if I go during the day, I said I know by 10, 11 o'clock, I got to get the fuck out of there, because I know that's when all the little Spanish mommies show up in the fucking gym and they got their bags, they chitty chat. I said, oh hell, it's time to get the hell up out of here, because I ain't gonna get no kind of work out of here.
You know when I go to the gym? Between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
You know why? Because there ain't nobody in that motherfucker. You have to be serious about working out to be in there at 4 o'clock in the goddamn morning. I mean, you got up at 3. You got up at 3, drove to the gym to be in there at 4 o'clock to get your 1 hour workout in, to leave there, then start your fucking day. I don't need you in there cheesecaking and taking pictures and Snapchatting and shit and bitching about who looking at you. Nigga, it's mirrors all in this bitch. Shut the fuck up. If that's your main concern, you ain't in there to work out. You in there to be seen.
Well, Artisan, part of my problem is, okay, y'all lifting those dead weights, and you're mad because sometimes those dudes looking at you because they want to make sure you can handle that shit. That can be dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
Well, perfect example of that AB is that bitch getting stuck under the bar. What was she doing? She had bad fucking form, bad fucking technique, and she was stuck. Well, since can't nobody tell you shit, you don't want us mansplaining. You don't want us looking at you, so we probably didn't see your ass stuck over there. Then be fucking stuck. Just like if I was on the bar and put too much weight on that bitch, it was,
yeah.
You get what you get then.
And then you tell the world that you don't need men, and then the problem, like that one chick that tried to get that brother that was actually an employee at the gym in trouble, and she was talking shit to him. And I said, dude, I work here. He said, what you gonna do? He said, I can kick you out of here, and if you don't want to leave, I can call the cops and have you escorted out of here and have your membership. And that's what he did. I said, all because you all in your feelings and you want to be so damn self-righteous. I said, bro, that shit's gonna get you hurt.
Yep.
In the worst case scenario, it's gonna get you killed. Y'all gotta stop that shit.
Yeah,
But
for
that's
real.
the thing. What happened with that woman? Get you killed. Equality. Okay. Equal. Men, if we know we going to the gym 9 times out of 10, men know what they're gonna do. Now she didn't ask somebody to spot her. Okay, that's gym etiquette.
That's on her.
That's my thing. And plus, what she had like 2 45s or 3 45s, and they weren't regular ones. Those were Olympic. Those were Olympic ones.
Jeez.
Yeah, like 6 plates.
She had 6 plates on.
Looked like about 6 plates. That's all.
And they
45.
were the Olympic kind. They weren't the regular old cast iron 45 joints.
Oh shit.
So you know those Olympic plates are made for it's definitely dead weight. For really, those Olympic plates, man, are for using deadlifts anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, she wants to squat that shit, and she doing that, and like the
She
form
squatted
like,
all the way down to the ground, put her ass on the ground like she trying to gain strength in her twerking with this whole harness on the bar and shit. Like, who does this bitch think she is? A fucking power lifter with them wobbly legs? You gotta cut that shit out and get your ass to the machine.
She lucky she didn't break her legs, and that whole bar fell on her and crushed her.
She lucky she didn't break something. She lucky she didn't break something. That's why it reads like a setup. That's why it reads like a setup. Because who in a right mind gets under that much weight and they don't not sure if they can lift it? You don't get to a squat machine. You're gonna do it free.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just have the bar resting on your shoulder. You gotta have this whole apparatus on there to do it.
Yeah.
And then you're not even squatting correctly, which you're poking your ass out like you're supposed to. You got straight flat back, squatting down like you're trying to sit on the toilet. What the fuck is wrong with you? You kill yourself like that. But you know, right? Okay. Know better, do better.
And then there's
but my thing is, Artisan, y'all want equality. That's what men do. We take that.
Yeah, equality would have been you learn how to roll that shit off your shoulders and on behind you like a man would. Not
or you have them.
You know what? Can somebody excuse me? Can you come help me?
Or you have the bars that you can set the weight down when you squat down that low. The little rack bars that's in between.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get to the squat machine.
Or
look, I've done squats. I like doing squats. But I use the squat rack when I squat. I'm at the squat rack, right? Now it's free, but it's us off the rack. So if I get down too low and I can't get it, you let it go and it's on the rack.
Drop
That's it.
Boom.
That's safety for you. But what she was doing wasn't even right. I checked my friend on Instagram. She was on there getting back to the gym and doing some squats and shit and videotaping herself the whole time. I said, you're not doing that shit right.
Squatting too low.
You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt yourself doing it that way. Stop worrying about the goddamn camera and get in there and do your fucking workout correctly. Because I might want to see you sweaty, but I want to see you sweaty on top of me, not sweaty on the screen. Fuck you.
And that's
I'm looking at it now. She's doing it way wrong.
Yep, she's going too far down, and it's like
that's
bad on your knees. She lucky she didn't blow out her knee.
Doing all that weight anyway.
No, not supposed to. Not without a spot, but that's the first rule men learn in working out when they even kids. You get a spot. If you're gonna lift something heavy, you get a spot. Look, I just saw Black Bang lift 700 pounds on a bar. You think he did that shit by himself? Fuck no. He had a spot too. Nigga, no. Stupid.
See, I don't go in the gym lifting all that much damn weight anyway.
I'm not trying to be a superhero.
Like you only supposed to lift like 80% of close to your max. You ain't supposed to lift that damn much weight.
That chick is watching other chicks in the doggone gym, and she watching shit that she be seeing on YouTube and everything, and trying to think that she try. And that's another thing. This is the problem. Why are you trying to be like men? Why are you trying to be big and bad just like a bunch of other dudes? It's competition.
That is all this shit is. That's why I don't use terms like toxic masculinity and shit like that. And I reframe that like it's supposed to be. Toxic masculinity is women trying to act like men. That's what makes it toxic. You're not a man. You're not masculine. You should be feminine. And the reason you act like a man, you act like the worst versions of men, which is toxic.
Yep.
You act like men that other men would fucking reject.
Yep.
That's what toxic masculinity is. So I don't want to hear this shit. That whole thing is them just trying to act like men. That's
exactly.
it.
And I'm like,
Because
come on,
that's
for
the
real?
standard. That's the standard for them. That's it. That's all it is. It's the standard. You don't even exist. Your whole point of your rebellion or your pushback against the patriarchy is all about just being men, just being like men, which means you dropping the one thing that you have that's the most valuable, which is your femininity. You losing the edge because you can't compete with me being this. I tell you, I can be a bigger dick than you can just because, by one, I actually have a dick. So I got a little bit more practice at it. But you can try to do all the rest of that shit if you want to. Knock yourself out. It don't make you a dude. Don't make you the equal. They don't make you the superior. Make you a fuck ass bad barter bitch. That's it. Have fun with it.
And Captain Marvel was not a real character for you croofy bras.
Here you go. Look, Malika mentioned Lizzo. Your ass gonna mention Captain Marvel. You motherfucker.
Well, no. I say that because not to take you out, but because I hear chicks try to reference that shit. I was like, you know, that's a fictitious character, right? You ain't kicking nobody's ass. Settle down.
Yeah, you can try to be Wonder Woman, but even Wonder Woman was subdued when you tie the ass up.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder Woman still likes some Steve Trevor.
Even when she had to come up against the Kryptonian, she had to think twice. There have been a couple of times when Superman was mind controlled, and when he wasn't acting like a simp, she was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, couldn't handle his ass, and she's not supposed to be able to handle him. That's not the point. You're not supposed to have women that can handle men. You can have them one-offs. Like Jenny Carano can handle me any day. I'm just saying. It's got my proclivities, motherfucker. I'm just saying. Fight like, oh shit.
You know what? One of my. Let's go back to an old '90s movie. The movie is Time Cop.
We got to wrap this up because I only got 5 hours of space, and I'm at 3 minutes from that 5 hours. So
this is my last thing I'm saying. Movie Time Cop. Black chick that kicks Van Damme, and he says, "Look, I don't want to hit a woman." And she's like, "Okay." She tries to kick him. He catches her leg. And he says, "I changed my mind." And this pimp slapped her back, and I said, "There you go. That's what it is." And she hit the floor, and she was like, "Oh fuck, I ain't getting the fuck back."
That was it. It was a damn dude.
Yeah.
Had the twig berries hanging under that skirt. That's why we hit slapped the bitch. I think that was what it was. When they hit a lady, found out it wasn't a lady. But look, Cynthia Rock, she could probably kiss my ass, but Cynthia Rock, I'd probably kiss her ass. I've seen a recent picture of her. She still don't look that bad, but she got some legs and some shit on her. She could probably kick a dude's ass. But that's Cynthia Rock. That ain't every bitch that showed up into the gym wearing the same outfit that she did. No, not everyone. You ain't put in the training. You ain't put in that time. And even if you do, I don't want to hear that shit from you. Go fuck yourself. Why? You still just trying to be a dude. Try to be a woman. How about that?
No, even with the training, because when you run into a dude, like I tell them, they always want to show like the grappling shit. They always want to show these girls be whooping up on these scrawny teenage little boys in jiu-jitsu. I said, okay, take that same dude and make her fight a dude, that same kid when he gets the purple belt. Or puts a little bit more size on him. She's going to tap her ass out every time.
And Michelle Yeoh could get it too. I still like Michelle Yeoh. And Zing Z. Still like her. But I'll say this. Let me see if I can remember my fucking thought. Shit. It was about the kids fighting. I don't mind a chick that's trained to fight. I really don't. I don't mind that. But there's a difference between training to act like a fucking dude and training as a woman to be able to defend yourself.
Yeah.
It's not on average that every woman is going to beat every man. You could just forget that shit. But I remember my point. The point is, even if a guy gets into a fight with a chick in martial arts, he is not going to give her the full gusto he would give a man. That psychological block is there where he will not drift her with a punch like he would try to knock a dude's head inside out. He would not. And if you saw that shit, the first thing everybody would be doing is, stop him, what's wrong with you? Nigga, she's supposed to be equal, right? But she caught the left. What the fuck? Would you put Mike Tyson in the ring, even as much as I like Gina Carano, would you put Gina Carano in the ring with a Mike Tyson?
Hell no.
And let him just go, forget that that's a woman? No, he beat the fuck out of her. He would beat the fuck out of her. Mike Tyson was beating the hell out of grown-ass men. You don't think he about to beat this chick ass? Y'all, it's going to take a lot of bitches getting concussions, I guess, for y'all to understand that there is no equality like that.
Charles can tell you this.
Equity, there is no equality like that.
Mm-hmm. Charles can tell you this, and I will tell you this from being a cop. You know, you can have a woman and everything. Do a judo throw or a leg sweep to a woman. Throw her over, and that's when you realize, oh, her body hits the ground, hits the concrete. That's when she realized, oh, she a woman. Do that, you know. I mean, do that for woman. My thing, yeah, femininity comes back quick. Oh, I'm a woman. Oh, I'm a woman.
You have to get back up in there and take that ass whooping. Yeah, imagine Bruce Lee, nigga. Look, if you want to imagine Bruce Lee, take the scene from Fist of Fury when he goes into the Japanese dojo and he kicking all them dudes' ass. Imagine that was all women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'd be shocked and all.
Y'all would say that was the worst misogynistic movie ever, right? Because he's beating the shit out of them chicks, slapping them in the head with nunchucks and everything else. That's how men go at each other. Don't think that you've been a woman your whole life. You took some training. You went to the gym a couple of times, got your ass some spandex and some fighting lessons, and now you about to jump into the pool of manhood and sit at the top of the level. No, you about to get your ass beat by even the weenies. You're about to get your ass beat by the weenies. You don't get to come into manhood and sit at the top tier. That's not how shit works.
That's why I hated the last episodes of Hawkeye. When you saw Black Widow, Yelena Belova whooping Hawkeye's ass, and I'm like, wow, really? We're just going to say the Black Widows were some of the best, and I'm not saying they could not be the best criminal to crim type of agents, but you mean Clint couldn't fight her?
Wasn't trying to fight. That's what I said. Clint wasn't really trying to fight her. He wasn't trying to fight her. You know that's Nat's sister, and it's Nat's sister. He ain't trying to fight her. He's just trying to keep her from fucking around and doing something to his ass. But he ain't really trying to fight her ass. Because Clint, no matter what you say about him on S.H.I.E.L.D., Clint was an assassin.
Yeah.
Clint killed people.
I had to tell that to my mom. I said, no, he was
they
an
sent
assassin.
Clint after Black Widow. Remember Budapest? They sent him after her. He was out there to kill her. He wasn't out there to make nice with her ass and be friends. That's just something that happened. But he was out there to kill her. They didn't send him out there to kill her because they thought maybe he had a slim chance. No. That nigga was pretty good at his job for a long time before them Avengers even showed up. Okay?
Exactly.
Get that shit. You can forget that shit. That's why they got real cool with each other, because they understood that, yeah, this motherfucker can go. And when it came down to Clinton being mind controlled and somebody had to take him on, who would they send after him that had a chance of beating his ass? Black Widow.
And she was the only one that could bring him back down from just going
metal pipe to the head was the only thing that saved her from him kicking her ass.
I'm talking about when he turned into Ronin, she had to like calm him down, bring him back.
I was talking about when he went as Ronin, he was just mad. When Loki was controlling him, and she had to fight him on the Helicarrier, he was fucking her ass up. And she had to hit his ass in the head to get him to come back to Wanda.
See,
he was getting.
But here we go again. We're going back with history, showing that it wasn't hard for one of these premier female heroes to fight. Wasn't easy. I mean, for one of these female premier heroes to fight another premier hero. But soon as we do something now, we got this revisionist history. Oh, she can knock anybody out. She can do this. She can do that. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I mean, Donnie Mac is right. Like, yeah, Clint always pulls his punches when he fights Natasha. He does. He does because he like that's family to him, right? So it's the same thing is true for Yelena. He wasn't trying to go after Yelena like he would go after any other target. That's Natasha's sister. He loved Natasha. He would take the place of Natasha and die for her, so she wouldn't have to die. He loved her. Like that's family to him. That's like his damn sister. Okay, so he ain't trying to hurt them when he fighting them. He really not. Unless when he was like when Loki was mind controlled. All right, AB, I'm about to get out of here too because I'm 5 hours plus now, and I have to see if the rest of this actually gets saved on here if it gets erased. He's never trying to do that shit to her. Never. Only if he's mind controlled will he go in on her with the full fucking gusto. Other than that, he won't. Everybody else got a problem though, because you see, he was going to kill Thor. They gave his ass to work.
I'm rooting for you. Had that arrow on him. He's like, I'm rooting for this guy. You better do something.
I'm rooting for this guy, but he better do some shit quick. Getting out here, getting wet out in this bitch. It's not cool. But that Ronda Rousey type. Ronda Rousey, all right. She need to spend some of that money and get that thing lance off her fucking face. What? Too Short got his teeth fixed. She can get that shit lanced off. Shut up. It's not like you, Jennifer Grey, getting a whole nose job and people don't even recognize your ass. Like, who the fuck are you? Your selling point was your big nose. We don't know you. Bitch, I don't recognize you. Oh, I was in Dirty Dancing. No, the fuck you wasn't. I don't recognize you.
Didn't you see you in the cantina scene of Star Wars?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Next to Zabulba, right?
Look, player, I'm gonna go eat me some dinner. Chill out because I had a long, busy day at work. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, brothers, man.
Right here.
And I will see you next Sunday. Peace out.
Peace, Malika. Thanks for coming up. What movie did I check out? I forgot. I'll hit you. It was some movie that I was thinking about you should have watched. Other than the Operation Fortune, that's coming out soon. But Beastly, what you got, man? Final thoughts.
No, nothing really. Just getting ready to watch The Last of Us. I'm about to change and head to work. So about to get out of here myself. So, but other than that, man, Ant-Man wasn't that bad. Critics need to stop because we know the critics are just trying to kiss ass and get your little free tickets and your little all access passes. It wasn't that bad of a movie. It was okay. That's about it. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, Beastly, and I'm pretty sure I'll have that intro up next week. So you come up here next week. That should be here, and then I'll email it to you too, so you have it. Fun for me, man. Fun for me. I can find something with Beast around on that shit.
All right, peace.
Peace. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. He was on here, but he bounced out. So he got some shit going in the background. Shout out to AB Media, BMT, who came up and bounced. Also, yeah, it was a good, interesting show. I am going to do a watch party for Last of Us tonight. So since I went over on this one, I have to figure out what stuff I'm going to delete so I have some space on this shit. But there will be a link in the community section for the Last of Us watch party. You want to come on and watch that, you're more than welcome. If you don't, you're more than welcome not to as well. It is what it is. But my review will be up within the next couple of days after that. What else is going on? Not thinking of anything else right now. But thank you for coming through. I'm artisanmc. This has been Shop Talk Live. Do this every Sunday, rain or shine, don't matter, here or away. Show starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it is every Sunday. And we'll talk about geekdom and everything in between. What up, Pragmatic? You late, man? Yeah, playback gang, playback player. P-Dubs in the house. Appreciate everybody who donated in the chat. We did get over the goal. We did hit the new goal, which is we'll be 15 when we get to 4.0. It will be 15 contributors every time. It can't keep going low. You gotta add some value to myself like Ant-Man was, look out for the little guy. So thank you all for coming through. If you have any thoughts, ideas, comments, questions, or things you want to talk about, throw it in the comment section of this video. I will read that shit and I will respond to you. If it's something that actually I think we can get some good conversation about, I will bring it up on the show. And I will give you credit. Look, every good idea don't come from me, but I do safeguard the ones that did. So that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. RIP to True Goy from De La Soul. Everybody else has talked about it, but I didn't get my chance to speak on it. Love De La Soul. I do. Been there since the first album. Always liked that shit. Sorry to see the brother go so young and being 54. I'm 50 this year. That shit is scaring the fuck out of me, y'all. It's murderer's row up there. I'm telling you, it looks like murderer's row up there. Like nobody comes into 50 and gets out alive. So I'm gonna go and try to take care of myself. If Richard Belzer passed, I have to confirm that. But if he passed, condolences to him too. I like Richard Belzer as a comedian. I did. I liked him on SVU. I did. So hopefully find out more information on that. And also prayers going out to Tom Sizemore, who had a brain aneurysm 2:00 this morning. So he's in the hospital as well. So I'm just in that age range now where a lot of the people I've grown up on and liked are falling off. And that's it's a little humbling. It's a little humbling to say the least. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here with those thoughts. I will see you all next time. Peace.